This conference will now be recorded.
I'm Teresa Thome with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm our Regional Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator for the Pacific region.
Tom Wolf, the AIS Bureau Chief, Montana.
David Walter, I'm new to MOSGL.
Jonas Grumman, Corps of Engineers. I work cost share programs for watercraft inspection stations.
Martina Beck, Government of British Columbia, and oversee our aquatic invasive species program.
Miles Grove with the Conservation Officer Service in British Columbia, and I run all the watercraft inspection stations.
Leah Elwell, your faithful room leader.
Nick Zerflu, Idaho State Department of Ag, Bureau Chief for Invasive Species, Noxious Weeds, and Brainage.
Glenn Dolphin with the State Marine Board, and we help fund Oregon's AIS program.
Tom Morehouse with Clean Lakes. We're an aquatic pesticide application company.
Michael Stevenson, Idaho Power Company. I'm their invasive species coordinator.
Hi everyone, Justin Bush. I'm the State of Washington's Aquatic Invasive Species Policy Coordinator. I work for the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, responsible for aquatic invasive species prevention and management, including ballast water and biofouling. Good to see you out here, everyone.
Hi, Commander Newsom. I'm the ballast water and biofouling section biologist for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife AIS unit.
I'm Lena Mohar. I'm with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife AIS unit, and I am the green crab field operations biologist.
Jesse Schultz, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, the prevention lead for super clog mussels, notified AIS species.
Heidi McMaster, Bureau of Reclamation for the Columbia Pacific Northwest, AIS, IPM, everything reclamation up here.
I'm Tamara Knudsen. I'm a project manager for the Spokane Tribe.
Roberta Cruz, Bureau Reclamation, Water Lab. I'm part of the invasive species monitoring program.
Robin Shaw, I'm a contractor. I do contract work for Pacific States and produce marketing on the board.
I'm Ben Motzbach. I work for National Fishery Service. I contract for aquatic invasive species.
I'm Jessica Bell. I'm the Invasive Species Program Specialist for the Washington Invasive Species Council.
Hi everyone, I'm Maria Marlin. I'm the Community Outreach and Environmental Education Specialist for the Washington Invasive Species Council.
And I'm Stephanie Holmes. I'm the Executive Coordinator to the Washington Invasive Species Council.
Josh Emerson, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. I'm the ballast water program for Oregon.
Rick Faulkner with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the Invasive Species Wildlife Conservancy.
And this is Rick's last meeting.
He got parole.
But he may stick around for a while. So good. It's good to see everybody, and thank you online people for being there. Let's see, some housekeeping. We'll have lunches at noonish. Oh, Amy, introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Amy.
Yeah, she does all the work. Let's see, so lunches, this meeting's being recorded.
There's bathrooms down the hall, like just down this hall.
Yeah.
And then if I can verbalize one more, so for all of the remote participants, if you missed in the chat, please feel free. We're not going to do names over the remote participants. There's actually quite a few of you today, so thanks for joining us. But put your name and where you're joining from so we can capture that. And yeah, so thank you for joining.
Good. Most of you should have the agenda, if not, they're in the back. So we're going to go with the agenda as it is. It says draft, but
we're flexible.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Woo!
You guys starting to show up. And Taylor Swift just walking through.
Does that come with money too?
Okay, sorry, it's gonna just take a second here.
Hard to follow that.
Do all that.
I am a Swiftie, right? Everybody's a Swiftie. I've got a daughter, of course, that's Swiftie. Again, Nick Zerflu here with the Idaho State Department of Agriculture. I'll be giving an update on the mid-snake quagga response. We had a very busy fall. The year year started out pretty even keel, pretty normal. Things quickly changed in September when we started seeing some detections, veliger plankton toad detections. Got it. I even got cough drops, Leah.
Okay, that was Amy.
Coming out of the cold. So sorry if I started coughing, but yeah, in the fall, in September, we started getting some detections of veligers and plankton toad samples, which initiated a rapid response of our plan, and the whole series of events unfolded. We're still working through the tail end of that plan as we move forward to more of a marathon. Before we were in very much a sprint. I want to start out by, this is not my response, this may be part of my slide deck, and I get the privilege of telling the story, but quickly this event became so large that not one person could handle it. So we had a great network of team within the Department of Ag and all the stakeholders and agency in the Mid-Snake and regionally that really stepped up and performed this response. And so, again, I just get the privilege of sharing the story, and with that, hopefully I do it justice. I know we've got a lot of folks in this room that had a lot of heart and soul into this event. And so I'll just preface it by that hopefully I do this justice. And we can ask questions, we can make it more of a conversation. There is a big slide deck, it's like 50 slides. Most of them are pictures, just give you an idea of what it looked like. We can hold questions till the end. If there's something that you think about later on, we're wanting feedback and comments on how to improve, not just for us, but for others. And so if you need my email or my cell phone number, get a hold of Leah or Stephen and get a hold of me. That way we can communicate. Let's see if we can get this thing working here. Oh, yep. Again, this started part of. So you have to go. This all started part of routine monitoring. Idaho has been performing routine monitoring.
And I guess technically, once we're fiberly connected, does that like end all problems ever, or do you still have issues? What is that?
I don't know.
Hey, remote participants, can you please mute and just put yourselves in listen? Fine.
Okay.
I think they
muted
muted them. Oh, no. Sorry.
All right, that should be sharing what you're saying.
Good.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that, Nick.
So routine monitoring, you guys can jump online and go through the map of several previous years and see where we perform monitoring. You can see it's throughout the state. Other states do similar monitoring programs. Of course, there's an emphasis in the Columbia River Basin. The area of concern that we'll be discussing is right here around Twin Falls in the Mid-Snake. But you can see we heavily sample the snake, the salmon, the clearwater, the pond ray, the kootenai, the Coeur d'Alenes, and all the way through. And so this was, again, part of our routine monitoring. Just to give you an idea, our rapid response plan requires 2 sampling events verified by PCR genetic verification of the organism, specifically quagga and zebra mussels. And so as we were reviewing those preliminary veliger plankton toad samples, we were pulling specimens out to send them off to a genetics lab. At the same time, we were doing additional sampling, plankton toad sampling to find more veligers. And at a crux around September 18th, that's when all the information came into the department. It was around the morning of Monday, September 18th. We got our second set of veligers. We got our PCR samples back from the genetics lab, and everything pointed to quagga mussels, veligers, early life stage of the veliger portion of that in the Mid-Snake, specifically right around Centennial Falls. And with that verification, that's when we could initiate the rapid response plan. We'll go through those steps. Oh. Are you not talking to me? But yeah.
How about I just sit here?
Okay. Okay. So now we got verification. So our plan is really bare bones. There's not much detail because it's a statewide plan, and the detail needs to come from the water body itself. The specifics on the site location and all the logistical challenge and the stakeholders that are involved with, in this case, the Mid-Snake. So let's focus on Twin Falls, Centennial Park, Shoshone Falls. Specifically, we had 4 main buckets. One of them was the communication piece. A big part of that was notifying impacted entities. The next big bucket, the task, was containment. 2 parts of that we'll talk about is the water body closure and the mandatory decontamination. The next piece was conducting delineation surveys, basically figuring out the extent of the problem that we know at that time. And then we start, all this points to exploring treatment options and next steps forward, which we'll go through the whole treatment plan and talk about that. So notifying impacted entities, you can bet that initially early on it was the utility companies, mainly Idaho Power, which of course we got Mike Stevenson here today, and the water users, Idaho Water Users Association, the irrigation districts, and BOR. All those folks have a stake in the game right there in the Mid-Snake. So we established a communications team. We drafted up media releases. One of them was just nothing but the facts. This is what we know today on September 18th. We created a web page specific to the response, and we had to brief the employees, the staff in the office for answering the invasive species hotline. And we had to pull in a bunch of additional department staff to help manage that workload. We did hold 2 press conferences. The first one was just a really short media brief in Twin Falls, or in Boise. Then we got the governor on a plane, flew him to Twin Falls, and we did a full media advisory, media briefing, full press conference right out in front of the Twin Falls County West building. This was all in an effort, again, on September 18th, 19th, to get the word out on what's going on. We needed to implement containment measures. The first part was we need to close the water body. I never thought I would be in a position of barricading off and chaining off water body access. I'm actually on the other side of that coin, but we did because the response warranted it. We had to get a handle on watercraft coming in and out. To give you an idea, Centennial Park is right down here. There's a golf course. A lot of public will like to kayak and paddleboard up to Pillar Falls and then up to Shoshone Falls. It's heavily utilized by mainly the non-motorized community. So we had to do a water body closure. Within that, we had to do an administrative rule and pull from a couple of different statutes as far as the authority piece to be able to implement a water body closure and close off access. With that, we needed to develop some signage. There was initially there was one set of signage. When we went to the treatment, we had a couple of different sets of signage depending on the location. Basically right in the middle of the boat ramp access, saying it was closed with a chain and a barricade. So getting some effective, clear, concise signage out and basically have them printed overnight with a vendor in Twin Falls. Then we needed a staff, a crew to go out and put the signs up. We had to rent an auger from a vendor in Twin Falls and literally go and plant posts. Mandatory decon for exiting watercraft. So at the time of the closure, there were watercraft in the river already. So we needed to manage that as a way of, when those are coming out, they had to go through a mandatory inspection and decon. Once we got that handled, we needed to set up decontamination sites in the city of Twin Falls and have a huge public outreach effort to get the boaters who had recently visited the Mid-Snake come and see us. We picked 2 locations in the city of Twin Falls that were really well known to the community. One was at the County West building, the other one was at the Visitor Center. And the messaging was, if you've been in the Mid-Snake or anywhere in that vicinity, you needed to come and see us. This is when we're open. Nobody's in trouble. It's free of charge. Typically just takes a couple of minutes. We get you going, give you a certificate, and send you on your way. Oh, and by the way, don't go back there because it's closed. That was another separate part, second part of that messaging. This was really early on. So I should take a step back in that as we're looking at those main buckets, those main tasks, communication, containment, delineation, treatment plans, we made a decision early on in the management and the director's office that if we had the capacity to do all the tracks at the same time, we should. And it's not so much fun for the folks at the top because all of it has to go and get reviewed and you got to read press releases, you got to read treatment plans. But if you can do it all at the same time, you get done quicker. And if you're finding a detection at the end of September, you know the clock is ticking because winter sets in down here around Halloween, mid-November. And so we had like a month and a half window of opportunity to get something done before the water temperatures fall and things start kind of shutting down. So again, we decided early on if we can do it all at the same time rather than wait and do step 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, we should. So this was one of the things that was happening at the same time as we were doing the media releases and the comms team was working. We had a team working on containment and drafting up a decon schedule. We had a team working on delineation surveys, which we'll talk about. And at the same time, we had a team exploring treatment options. And I say exploring because early on, there was no established treatment plan. We were exploring all options, but we had a team working on that. September 20th, September 21st, all at the same time. To give you an idea of what containment looks like, there was a vendor on the river that had a whole fleet of kayaks that they use on the river all the time. We had to pull them all out of storage and decon them. Up at the visitor center, you can see the Tesla charging station there. We had a decon mat. Again, some basic PPE, 140 degrees, 10-second contact time, basic decontamination. We had everything from non-motorized to duck hunting equipment to some larger boats, fishing boats, and all the way up to wakeboard boats. So it really varies on the user down in the mid-snake. And this was at the County West building. We picked the visitor center in the County West building again because it was known locations to the community, and that's who we were targeting. Just really big public lots that people can get in and out of easily, set up a decon mat, go to work. It was also important to identify site locations that had good runoff, that went into a holding tank or simply ran off into a gravel yard. That way we didn't have concerns about runoff from the decon units. So that's the containment part. Water body closures, mandatory decon. Now we're going to switch gears and go to the delimit surveys. Again, we're trying to get the best knowledge that we can of the area of infestation. So in talking with the lab, the strategy that we came up with is to start upriver with new nets and work methodically down the river current, across, so working downstream across the river channel, so across the current. So we go here, take a sample, here, go straight down the river, take a sample, straight down the river, take a sample. And the idea being is that you're going to get a bunch of non-detects, 0, 0, 0, 0. Sure enough, the Upper Snake and Milner, fortunately we didn't have any detections in Milner because the water usage here is heavily managed, irrigation primarily, and it goes here, thousands of miles of irrigation laterals, and it eventually comes back. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And as we work through this section of river is extremely challenging for access. If you want to search a Cauldron Inn, whitewater, it's big, class 6. Whitewater, it's pretty crazy. And actually at this time of year, it's all drawn down, heavily managed, going out to irrigation. Then we started in the Twin Falls, the Shoshone Falls, and Centennial Park, and then working down through Buell and Hagerman. Again, the idea of the delimit being non-detects, and at some point you're going to start encountering veligers, preferably what we're calling a plume or an increase of veliger production, which may indicate an adult colony down below. And again, this was early on. We were just thinking, strategy. So we bought a whole bunch of plankton nets, a whole bunch of gear. We had about 15 biologists out there, 6 different survey boats, and a whole bunch of kayaks. Took 2 days. The initial delimit was 2 days, Sure enough, we met the FedEx drop-off at 4:45, and they sent our samples out to the lab, and their job is to go ahead and start going through those samples. And at this time, the lab has switched into really high gear. To give you an idea, there's a lot of static in those water samples. It's a plankton tow sample. In September, there's a lot of macrophyte, algae growth, a lot of zooplankton. It's a very noisy sample. So to be able to comb through them and get hundreds of Curbicula veligers and to find one Dreisseniid, it's challenging. And so you've got to be patient when you're working through lab capacity and bandwidth and just how many hours the lab tech can be at the microscope. But sure enough, we get all these zeros, this stretch above Twin Falls hydroelectric plant. We ended up sampling this 3 or 4 times just to keep confirming no veligers, no veligers, no veligers. We started picking up veligers in the splash pool below Twin Falls. The main area of veliger protection was down here, but you can see just the intensive sampling that we were doing. Again, this was all to point to an area of increased veliger production or a plume, which may point to an adult colony down below. One question mark that keeps going on in my head is, why are we seeing veligers up above Shoshone Falls? When we found the adult down here, we're not finding any veligers down here. I don't really have a good answer for that, and that's one question we need to keep exploring as we're doing additional sampling and delimit sampling, extensive sampling of upstream and downstream. It's just, is this really an indication of where they're at? Again, we're looking for an increase of veliger production, which would point to an adult colony. This information came in on the 27th. Again, being patient to let the lab go through their processes. We're working with really high-risk samples. And when you send that type of sample to the lab, they have to switch into a different mode of action. You gotta be patient. One of the cruxes that came was waiting for the veliger delimit surveys that come in to inform the treatment plan. Because the treatment team, that planning team, was working on hypothetical scenarios from that point. They were exploring labels, reviewing labels, and exploring treatment options with scenarios, hypothetical scenarios. And they were getting tired of it. They were like, we want to know where they're at so we can do a treatment polygon, and that's when they switch into gear. But we had to be patient. That way we really had good information that advised the treatment plan. So this information came in on the 27th. We then sent the divers down again on the 27th, midday. This is one of our own staff divers going down to give you an idea of the water clarity. Again, this is late summer, early fall, a lot of algae growth. This is what the bottom looks like, a lot of silt, a lot of sediment. But there is a lot of craggy rock in cliff, underwater cliff in there. And so you can see this is what the rock face looks like. Calcium levels in this stretch of the river was somewhere in the, I thought I could pause it, sorry. Somewhere in the 50.
Just play it again.
Somewhere in the 50 milligrams per liter. There we go. Stage, so a lot of calcium, plenty of calcium for mussel shell growth and clam growth. Sorry, I have to play it again. But, again, to give you an idea of what the water clarity looks like, it's extremely challenging section of river to dive. Quite a bit of hazards, underwater currents between Shoshone Falls and Pillar Falls and down through Centennial. There is some really expert divers that work in that stretch. This just happens to be one of our divers that we sent down. And again, the adult mussel that was found is right at the increase of veliger production at the base of Shoshone Falls. It was about 16 feet water depth, kind of tucked in underneath this rock ledge. That's awesome. She created the video too, I gotta give her credit. She's a great diver. And then, yep, sure enough, you can see it's open, and then Basically the same thing we do on watercraft inspection. When we see adult mussels, we do a series of viability tests. And sure enough, we get movement, we get siphoning, we observe the mussel. We left the mussel attached to the rock, which seemed a little weird, but we went back down and secured the mussel to the rock face with some netting to set up a canary in the cage type scenario. That way, when we go to roll out at that time our treatment plan, then we can go back and observe efficacy. Pretty wild. There's a quagga mussel in the Snake River right there. And you can bet that that information there was a little bit heavy on the heart for quite a few of our team, right? I mean, just the detection of the veligers alone is a lot to handle. For Bethany to go down and dive and see that. She comes from the mid-snake region, and it's pretty powerful. So again, the treatment plan is being advised by the delimit surveys. Finding the adult mussel helped, to further drive the treatment plan. So we started developing, we as in the treatment plan or the treatment team, which I wasn't really a part of as much as some of our other staff. But we started developing treatment polygons. One at Pillar Falls, Shoshone Falls, and Twin Falls Pool. The idea of the treatment is each section evaluated for average CFS, the water flow, pH, and average depth. These are all things that are going to affect the treatment itself in achieving our 1 part per million copper. That's our target rate. The idea is that we would place meter totes and meter boxes to gravity feed and deliver the molluscicide into the Snake River. And then we also need to target a duration. So 1 part per million, 96-hour treatment block. And then we also need to model downstream movement, because we're not going to do any mitigation work about capturing and keeping the copper in the river. In the treatment plan, it's all going to naturally move through. So we need to plan the treatment. Pre-treatment survey, that's a lot of the actual benthic and the bathymetry and the measurements of the channel and the CFS. To give you an idea, it's really a complex system where you start in at Twin Falls power plant, you're working at 380 CFS, and you constantly get inflows from natural springs and water coming back into the system. So by the time you get to Shoshone Falls, you're around 480, and by the time you get down to Centennial Park at the end of our treatment block, you're somewhere around 600. So you're increasing flows at various places along the treatment area. You also need to plan treatment logistics. It's an extremely challenging site. Access is difficult. You need to do all the treatment notifications that's required for the treatment, and then you need to perform the treatment itself. Again, targeting that CFS, checking downstream dissipation area for possible points of exchange with aquaculture or irrigation or stock watering. So this is one of the important parts that Idaho Water Resources helped us out with, is anywhere within that 14 to 16 mile model dissemination point, is we needed to be in contact and communicate with all the water users that are exchanging water in the Snake River. And then we also need to measure the pH in the copper samples before treatment to get a baseline, establish a baseline for all those parameters prior to treatment. Again, we need to go out and survey points of concern, livestock access, direct water exchange. We purchased some of these activated charcoal wattles to have the ability to protect sensitive areas. At this time, we were also checking with the EPA on the label and had a label review, as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on ESA listed species within the treatment area. That was another reason why we purchased the activated charcoal, is just to make sure if there was an area of concern that we could go ahead and block that off and protect that. Modeling the downstream movement. Again, we need to have a baseline of copper level that was already in the system. And then it was modeled that as we're going through the treatment areas, that copper would disseminate a total of 14 to 16 miles downstream of the treatment areas. This was due to macrophyte growth, natural water exchange inflows. To give you an idea, as you get to the end of the treatment area, you're dealing with roughly 600 CFS. As you move downstream to 14, 16 miles, the CFS and the river flow essentially triples. So you're getting a dilution effect, uptake by algae and macrophytes, and that's all helping out to pull copper out of the system. Basically, how you measure that is you take a water sample, run it through a calorimeter, and we took water samples pre-treatment, during the treatment, post-treatment to evaluate copper levels throughout that stretch. And here, pretty basic stuff. So this is still pre-treatment. We need to stage a whole bunch of equipment. To give you an idea, these are 275-gallon totes. When they're empty, you can move them around by hand pretty easily. This is very common in all aquatic treatments. A lot of ag treatments use these totes. You can move them around on boats or on trucks. The idea is that we're going to start placing empty totes in preparation for when the product shows up. Okay, you can see empty totes placed out here. This is the treatment area at Pillar Falls. We also need to get a couple of boats flown in to the base of Shoshone Falls to aid in the treatment and the post-treatment surveys. And so we contracted out with a helicopter service in Twin Falls and airlifted 2 of our survey boats that we then retrofitted into treatment boats. We had some other logistical challenges, being we needed to run a full tote off the face of Shoshone Falls down a pretty significant drop all the way down to the bottom of the river. I think that was around a 250, 300 foot hose. That's a lot of head pressure. We tested the system out at first. We had some failures. We had to go and buy a new hose. We had some kink issues going off of the overlook. These are all logistical challenges that are not covered in a basic rapid response plan, that you just kind of have to figure it out as you go. So we had to go buy a new hose. This was the treatment off the island. Again, the base of Shoshone Falls. We set up a couple of tents so that we could stay there overnight. Again, setting up a platform and a tote. That type of specific stuff is not in a treatment plan. You have to start writing that in as you go. Again, you can move these totes around empty pretty easily, but once you fill them full of product that is extremely heavy, chelated copper matrix product is 10 pounds per gallon, so it's heavier than water. Once those things are filled, you're not moving them. You got to utilize it. We needed lighting, so we hired a couple of outfits to haul in lighting, because again, 96-hour treatment block, and it's contiguous. You're not going to turn it off, so you're running it at night. So you got to be able to see what you're doing. So we had to rent some lighting, a forklift to unload lighting. This is what it looks like at a hydroelectric facility as we're performing the treatment, or we're staging equipment for the treatment. We have empty totes, and then we're going to run meter boxes down in through the intakes themselves. This is the one that's at Shoshone Falls. Okay, now the product is starting to show up. So we've got the treatment plan, it's approved. We did the town hall meeting. Everything's pointed to treatment go. We staged all the equipment. Got a game plan. Here comes the truckloads of product. We selected Natrix. It's a C-Pro product. It's chelated copper. It is specifically labeled for quagga mussels. It's a molluscicide as well as some other things. It's mainly an algicide and or mainly utilized, but it comes in 275-gallon totes in a reefer truck. So a 50-foot truck. Each truck carries 14 totes. We utilize about 14 truckloads or 45,000 gallons of Natrix product. That's a lot of product. So you got to be able to move it around. We had 5, 6 different staging areas. Each one had a heavy-duty cat loader. You pick them up with the forks, and you can move around. And then at that point, you can start pumping product out of the full tote into a tote that's on a boat. The boat takes it to the staging area, or to the treatment area. Staging areas kind of look like this. Basically, we just lined up the totes, had a pallet jack to help unload the trucks. Treatment area with the staging area, you can see full totes, halfway full totes. The treatment itself, the hose going into the intake. To give you an idea of calibration, the treatment itself was a three-legged stool strategy. One side was ISDA staff, mainly Jeremy Varley, who's a treatment expert, licensed applicator. The other side of that was our ag resources. They do all the pesticide regulation and the licensing and the permitting. We had the contract applicator, which was Clean Lakes. They are the experts in everything application, putting product in the river at this rate for this duration. They take into account all the dynamics that water brings to the equation. That's their job. The third and final leg was the manufacturer. That was CPRO, again, they're out of North Carolina. Their job was to really know and understand the product itself and how it moves, the properties and the characteristics of the product. Those three together made a pretty effective treatment team. Because again, a 96-hour treatment block, take a break, a second 96-hour treatment block, that's a lot of time and it's a lot of opportunity for fatigue. And so to be able to bounce ideas off of the three-legged stool, when I'm getting tired, I can go to this person or that person, we can take breaks, very effective. Again, this is occurring at night, staging equipment, performing the treatment. To give you an idea on calibration, it's really basic. We take the known CFS, we know what the increases are to the next treatment block. We calibrate basically off of a measuring cup and a stopwatch because we know how many ounces per minute or how many ounces per hour of product that we need for that CFS for that duration of time. So stopwatch, measuring cup. We did a series of treatment notifications. We had signage, message board, paid advertisements, coordinated with the HOAs. We did door knocking up and down the river corridor, especially for those water users that we talked about earlier. And we held a town hall prior to the treatment. We do this for other treatments that we perform for the department. If we have basically a high risk scenario or kind of a high profile treatment, then we'll go into that community, usually at the town hall, community center, and we'll just open it up in person and virtually and have a conversation. And typically we'll go into those ready person questions, comments, concerns. I'll say the town hall meeting in Twin, and the recordings is still available online. It was well received. Great questions, good honest questions. People just wanted to know more. And coming out of the town hall meeting, we were still green light for go. Give you an idea of the signage. Again, this was the second set of signs that we placed. So we took out the river closure signs and we placed the treatment signs. Give you an idea of the schedule. Phase 1 was from Shoshone Falls to Pillar Falls, and then Pillar Falls to Centennial Park. It started on October 3rd. Again, a 96-hour treatment block, 1 part per million, continue until October 7th. And then we demobilize equipment. Phase 2, treatment will start at Shoshone to Pillar, and then the Twin Falls pool, the splash pool, knowing that treatment will then travel downstream for that entire stretch of river above Shoshone Falls. Again, a 96-hour treatment, 1 part per million, start on Friday, October 13th, and we should be wrapped up after that point, or continue until October 13th. Again, just some more pictures to give you an idea of what it looks like. We did a triple rinsing site at Centennial Park. This is very common in the aquatic treatment, is where you take an empty container and you have to triple rinse it, and you empty that container right back into the treatment area. That's another thing, a factor that you have to take into consideration when performing the treatment, is that product is going to go back in the treatment area and will affect that 1 part per million concentration target. Again, phase 1, and then phase 2, 96 hours, 48-hour break, 96 hours, river is flowing that way. I don't know how I'm doing on time.
Like 10 minutes.
Okay. Part of phase one, we had to come up with the average depth, and we also needed to be prepared to treat these deep pools down below Shoshone Falls and below Pillar Falls. Because if we just started with that baseline 300, 400, 500 CFS as we're working through the treatment area, those deep pools will lower down the target concentration. So we had to go into the treatment area, identify those deep pools, and treat those first, basically big storage tanks, get those bumped up 1 part per million, treat the entire treatment area, and then start the drip as that product is moving downstream. This is the silt island below Shoshone Falls. This is where the adult mussel was found. Treatment area here, staging area. This is where the long yellow hose was to bring product down into the river. Again, that's where the adult mussel was found. This is at the base of Shoshone Falls. Treatment area is above, or the area of point of injection. It goes through the intakes. And this is why it was so important to work with Idaho Power, because they know their facilities. So pre-treatment, we were in every little nook and cranny of that hydroelectric facility, looking at all the cooling systems, all the water intakes, where does the raw water go? And pulling samples, water plankton tow samples from the internal plumbing of that facility. Really in preparation to know that plant better, that way that when we perform the treatment, we can make sure to take that into consideration and treat all the internal parts of that facility. So the water comes down here, goes through the hydroelectric facility, exits right here. So all this is being treated because we're injecting up the hill through the intake. Super cool dam. And this is, sorry, that's really rainy. This is that same site up at the intake. Again, that same site up at the intake, product coming down. This is during the initial push to get the pool up to 1 part per million. We did paint Shoshone Falls blue for a moment of time, and then that quickly disseminated as we reached 1 part per million. We turned it way back down to maintain 1 part per million. Pretty cool to see Shoshone Falls. This is the treatment at the island. The adult mussel is right there. We set up a platform and a tote, basically dripping product right over that area, and then it naturally just started disseminating and spreading throughout the river channel there. This is Dr. Wes Bishop. He's the CPRO product expert. He does everything algicides. That's what he focuses on, especially this Natrix product. Again, treatment at the island, 24/7, so we had to get some lighting there, had to get a couple of tents. Jeremy lived on the island for about a couple of weeks. Now we're moving down Pillar Falls to Centennial Park. We did treatments on Pillar Falls itself on the rock ledges. Give you an idea, this is what it looks like. We staged totes where there was an area of natural water movement, like right where the water comes off the falls, because that's a really good mixing site for the product. And then up at the Twin Falls Deep Pool, again, we needed to treat the initial pool to get it up to the target 1 part per million. We went through the intake. That way we make sure that all the internal plumbing of that hydroelectric facility is being treated. Again, can't say enough about Idaho Power as far as getting us access, just letting us know all the ins and outs of their hydroelectric facility. So now we're coming to the end of it. So how do we know if we're effective? Well, it's going to take some time. One, we need more sampling. We need more sampling monitoring going on upriver to make sure we're blocking that out, exploring all the way up in the upper Snake, clear to Palisades and Henry's Lake. We need more intensive sampling in Milner. Again, that's an area of a lot of water diversion. We need to be reaching out to the Idaho Water Users Association and those irrigation companies to gain access to their laterals and pull samples, villager samples out of their laterals. I can say coming out of the treatment area, I'm cautiously optimistic. There were some good signs that the treatment was being effective. One, the treatment did affect the adult mussel. So the canary that we secured to the rock had mortality within 48 hours of the first treatment block. We went down and observed no movement, and when we pulled back the mesh enclosure, the byssal threads were dissolved and it simply fell off the rock. So the adult mussel, the canary, did not survive. Preliminary water samples, Bellinger plankton toes. The first samples, they were all empty. Even the sentinel, all those shells were empty, hollow shells, no internal tissues. So that's a good indication that the treatment was being effective. We did continue Bellinger sampling until the water temperatures fell below 10 Celsius. Our protocol calls for 14. We wanted to get one more sampling event before it really turned cold. And we had a window of opportunity that we had to get the boats back out before it got too nasty. And so that last sampling event was right around 10 Celsius, and it fluctuates throughout the day, and it can change quite a bit down there with the stream flow. To give you an idea of where we're doing post-treatment delimit sampling, and this could definitely change in the future. We'll continue having the focus on the mid-snake, obviously, in the treatment area. But again, we need to start exploring intensive sampling upstream and downstream to see any additional movement from this treatment area. All treatment options are still on the table. This is one treatment. It's done. The treatment did as we anticipated, being that the chelated copper disseminated, diluted, was uptake within the 14, 16 miles below the end of the treatment polygon. So that all worked. To our knowledge, there was no concerns over impact of ESA listed species. That box has been checked. We ended up not needing the activated charcoal wattles, which was good. We had them anyways. We've got them for future projects if we need them. So we'll just go ahead and keep a hold of those, or maybe somebody else might need them. But this could change significantly going into the future. We've got a working group that's really looking at the program and where it goes from here, and monitoring is going to be a big part of that, especially in the mid-snake. So this is just the 2 sampling events post-treatment. There's 60 points. Again, the idea being that you start for this upstream, a brand new net, and working methodically downstream. I should also mention that nets become really important. That initial set of pre-treatment delimit sampling, all of those nets had red tags on them. So as they're coming out of the survey crew's boats, I got a zip tie out and all of them got red tagged. And we got a whole pile of nets that are now dedicated to Twin Falls because we're not taking them anywhere else. Because the last thing that we want right now is cross-contamination in the gear, because we took a dirty net up to Redfish Lake or Payette Lake. That would cause a whole host of issues. So we had to buy some new nets, but that's a price to pay for cross-contamination issues. Future efforts, again, water body closures, we're looking at lifting that. That was an administrative rule. Now we need to change that rule. The goal would be to open the access back up with mandatory inspection and decontamination for exiting watercraft. And you can only access the water when the inspection station is open. So we're working with Jerome County and Twin Falls County commissioners on that piece. Obviously, there's going to be continued increased signage and public education and awareness, and increased monitoring upstream and downstream, like we talked about before. This is just a snapshot of all the partners that was on the project. Again, ISDA and our team, we led it, we coordinated it, but it quickly became too big. Something of this scale, you can't silo and keep yourself, you would do it a disservice. So you got to open it up. We had a great water manager meeting at Pillar Falls early on pre-treatment with all the water managers in the mid-snake, the utilities, the irrigation companies, City of Twin Falls, county commissioners, and having that group of these folks together to bounce ideas off of and say, hey, here's a proposed treatment plan. What do you think? If you have a yes or a no, we need to know it now, because we have a window of opportunity to perform the treatment. We want to go, because you can't make that decision in a silo. You've got to spread it out. So this is just a few of the partners that was on the project. Sorry if your logo is not on the screen, I always worry about that, and you're a part of the project, and I was just simply trying to remember who I remember being on it. So that's it. That's the big show. More to come. Yeah.
Plan changes for watercraft inspection next season. Anything in the works yet?
Yeah, so there's gonna be some discussions the next couple of weeks with the members of the legislature and the governor's office, kind of seeing where the program goes from here. Couple of low-hanging fruits of things that we know we need, now. Mandatory inspection, decontamination for exiting watercraft, increased monitoring in the area, status quo at the minimum for roadside stations and roving crews. But as far as those large enhancements, the way we're gonna try to set it up is there's a wish list, there's a cost. Where do we wanna go? Where does the program need to go from here? Because you can imagine when you get a shock like this, all the water users and all the lake associations automatically think, well, my lake's the most important, I need a dedicated watercraft inspection decontamination station at my lake. Rightfully so. I love Bear Lake, I love Payette Lake, Coeur d'Alene, Ponderay. There are a lot of lakes and accesses in the state of Idaho. So you gotta balance that. But yeah, where it goes from here, that's kind of undecided. We know it's gonna be more. We know we've got, our list of things baseline that we need to make changes to. Part of that is gonna be on policy and budget. Part of that is gonna be on operations and what actually gets done. We know we've got some work to do on the mid-snake. We got that inspection station decon open right now, just waiting for the closure to be lifted, so we're ready to go. But there's, of course, more to be done. Conversations, about the upper snake and basically protecting uninfested Idaho and protecting uninfested Columbia River Basin is now the goal, because we can't consider this. We've got some great news coming out of this, again, cautiously optimistic, but we can't stop now. We need to push harder.
I was just curious about biological monitoring during this whole process. So specifically, I'm thinking about native mussels. Was there any monitoring done pre and post treatment for native mussels or any other biota, and what were the impacts of those?
Yep, yeah, great question. So we use those as our sentinel sites. Not all of them are native. Actually, some of our good sentinel sites were Asian clam, Corbicula clam. In that stretch of river, there was significant impacts on all bivalves and snail and mollusk species. Fish and Game, Idaho Fish and Game took the lead on all fish mortality, that was part of the pre-treatment discussion, because we knew going into it there was going to be significant mortality on bivalves and native mussels, clams, and fish in particular. Chelated copper affects the fish's ability to exchange oxygen in the gill, so it doesn't necessarily affect the tissue of the fish itself. It basically just suffocates them. So the highest mortality in the fish, I know, were large-scale sucker and carp and sturgeon, which were the species of concern in that area. Again, Fish and Game took the lead on the fishery side, so I don't want to speak out of turn. From my understanding, the mortality of the sturgeon was extensive, nearly 100%. But out of that group of fish, they were all hatchery origin fish, and there's plans to restock once we're in a position where we can. We don't necessarily want to restock today or yesterday because we don't know the long-term efficacy of this project or future treatment. But yeah, there was a group working on mortality of sentinel species like Corbicula and western ridge mussels. That also played into the consultation of ESA listed snails, 4 spring snails in particular in that area, and making sure that we check that box. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, for those bivalves, do you know if there's going to be any plans to sort of try and restore those to those sections that were treated, or?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, going into the treatment, we knew there was the same species of bivalves upstream and downstream, so we can anticipate movement of those species within that area. But as far as a formal, plan for rebuilding that, I'm not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where did the funding come for this?
Funding, that's a great question. So a couple of different places. Idaho's been fortunate to have very stable funding throughout the last few years, mainly with the Army Corps of Engineers WRDA grant that's funneled through Pacific States for watercraft inspection and monitoring. And the reason why I start back that far back is because in taking that cost share, it's allowed us to run a balance, a rainy day fund in our dedicated invasive species fund, which we utilize for this project, as well as we did declare an emergency response, a state emergency, and that way we can access emergency funds as needed. And then the third part of that was our deficiency warrant. So through statute, we have the ability to access what we call a deficiency warrant. And we're very careful about utilizing that because it's basically a government credit card in a way, and it's up to $5 million. And so when you meet the criteria of accessing those funds, you can do it at that time. And then the following legislative session, then you go in front of the Joint Finance Appropriations Committee and you talk to them about how you spent the money. Again, we're very careful about accessing and utilizing deficiency warrants, but those were the three main parts. State funds, federal fund cost share, which we're exploring, and we're in consultation with the Army Corps for the rapid response cost share itself, and then those other.
Follow up with you, Nick. The news had reported something like a $3 million price tag. Is that accurate?
Should be right around there. In a way, it's kind of like going to the auto shop. You kind of want to get the most bang for your buck in the parts rather than the labor. And so you can imagine with a project like this, the product itself is the most expensive component. The next part is the labor component, whether that's the contracted applicator or our staff. But yeah, that $3 million seems to still be a good target. I don't have a more accurate number for you. We're still working through, honestly, invoices and trying to get a handle on just what something like this costs.
Yeah, and Nick, you've been such a great partner communicating around this, and I think that's, a huge takeaway for this response is really clear, transparent communications. If we got questions from downstream partners, we were easily able to answer some of the questions and then direct them to you in a way that probably didn't overwhelm you through your system of public information. I think that's great. Following up on what Glenn said, are you planning to do a more comprehensive after action report? And, I think this has been a wake-up call for the state of Washington. We're thinking about short and long-term actions, and, we're thinking about more site-specific planning, which is our takeaway based on our experience being an observer. And then we're also thinking about, well, you convened a multi-agency coordination group, for lack of a better term. Like, should we think about convening that now to think more about preparedness and response planning? I guess as a downstream state, we're looking to you for some recommendations. Like in hindsight, what would you have done before this?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is not all my project, so I'll just kind of give my perspective of it. Communication was a big part. Yeah, I agree with that. Trying to get really factual, quick, concise communication out, whether that's through a media release or through the website. I know we, as a MAC group, we met 4 or 5 calls somewhere in there, kind of as needed, giving updates. That's extensive. I think my phone was, my old phone is done. It just totally ruined the processor and the battery. You don't go through 2,500 emails and 1,500 text messages within a week or two and not have an effect on a phone. So the communication part was big. Trying to keep up on that was a challenge. Having a communications team that's specific to that their job is to draft the media release and to communicate with the stakeholders. My job is to review that, and they make it super easy. That I can just kind of go through there and fact check it and go, yep, send. Yep, we're to this point, now you send that. So that's effective. After action review, yes, we're considering slide decks like this and having a formal after action review. I think that's better suited for some other talented colleagues in this room to do rather than myself, because I'm not a report writer and we've got a lot of experience in this room and I know they're working on it. Just because I probably want to do it justice, it's just not one of my strengths, but yeah, I mean, we want to share what happened in a way that can help benefit ourselves and others. And then again, it's not the end of the story. So we went through very much a sprint. Now we're going to transition into a marathon. So there's going to be more story to tell, it's going to take a while to tell.
Okay, so we have Sam, and then I have Lloyd online, and then Teresa, and maybe Jonas. We have to keep track of time here. So Sam?
Hey, really valuable experiences. Thank you so much. Two questions. First is that how large was the crew that you were able to wrap up on that initial assessment? And were they readily available, trained, ready to go?
Yeah, so the Monday, the 18th, we had a team that was already in Boise, the noxious weed team. And a lot of them have expertise on the invasive species side as well. So we took that core group and we went to Twin. At that point, we started adding in more, and the group just got bigger from there. So it's kind of hard to answer the question whether that's like boots on the ground, part of the containment, or part of the monitoring, part of the comms team. At the end of it, I'd say there's probably 65 to 75 individuals that was on the project, and it varied throughout the year. I mean, we had folks that were just simply running food and fuel, clear to coordinating the treatment, having a bigger, much larger role. Every role is important, I know that. It's hard to give a head count. Initially, it was around 8 to 12, and it quickly grew to 15 for the limit and the containment. And then we brought on the product manufacturer, the applicator. Both of those had, the product manufacturer had 2, contract applicator had 10, 15, somewhere in there, individuals that was dedicated to that. So the name list grew.
Those are very helpful numbers. The second question, I know you can get on. Are there any Petcos or PetSmarts in Twin Falls area?
There are, yeah. Yeah, we went through.
Those?
Miracle, I know where your head's going. We're all looking for that red herring. It's hard to tell. It's a good question. There's some pet trade in the area. Trying to figure out the vector that introduced it is really challenging. It is a heavily utilized area, mainly by the non-motorized community. A lot of kayaks and paddleboarders access that area, as well as fishing boats and pontoon boats, scuba diving. Everybody, waterfowl hunters, fishermen, yeah, you name it, they're accessing that area. But there is a vector.
Okay, so next we have Lloyd online. Lloyd, if you want to unmute, bear with us. We may have a little toggle here to figure out if we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, my golden melodious voice is going throughout the conference today.
Oh man, I screwed up on something, boss.
No. This is to give you back up. To Justin's question, and hello to everybody and miss seeing you. To Justin's question on after action, we've talked a lot about that internally, partially for the benefit of this particular subject matter and this particular operation, and trying to bind that stuff up into a knowledge base that helps us moving forward, and might, maybe it would be something that would prove useful to some of you, but also to apply some of the lessons learned throughout our agency. And Nick referenced the fact that we just happen to have the noxious weed team, many of which, as we've added some new positions into the agency in the last couple of years, many of them at some point have had exposure to the invasive species side of the program. They're all have worked in aquatics and all of that. They were in Boise for a totally unrelated project, and they got pulled off of it. And as we like to tell legislators and whatnot, they were there to work in the field on an aquatics project. A lot of them were in sandals and that sort of thing, and then they got moved to Twin Falls and put on a decon thing for 3 weeks, and we had to let them go buy boots and that sort of thing. But my whole point in that is, part of that after action, we've kind of been letting some things simmer a little bit. We've got Nick referenced that we have legislators and other agency folks that are going to be with us the next couple of weeks before the session, and then certainly during the session, to see kind of how some things shake out with that as far as the future of some of our activities, and some after action that folks might kind of throw at us there. But it is our plan at some point to kind of try to bind all of that stuff up. And I think you're going to see from us probably some action items or a report or something that talks about the operational stuff that Nick has walked everybody through, which is, I hope, provides some knowledge base that's helpful to all of us. But also on the leadership management side, Chanel and I, obviously I'm not new to the program, and Chanel's not new to the agency, our new director, but certainly, there was a different role there for us to play. And we recognize that, this is kind of a unique kind of exercise without going into it without a good solid recipe book. And so we're hoping to put some things together as we move forward that hopefully provide some after action context. And as you might imagine, as Nick referenced, there's a lot of folks with a lot of eyes on this that are going to want to, have a lot of suggestions and whatnot to that. And to Sam's question, and I think where that direction was probably headed, we've kind of told folks all along, especially those outside of the program and outside of the building, if you will, outside of that kind of tent, we don't know where these things came from. And we're trying to focus on the reaction that we've had in the last few weeks and months and what we have going forward. And we're curious where those things came from too, but we're trying not to let folks get too sidetracked by that. But Nick, as usual, did a great job describing what was a pretty overwhelming event for all of us. And hopefully we get some good information moving forward in a format for us beyond this.
Okay, thanks, Lloyd. Okay, Teresa, and then Jonas, you can either ask your question, but it might, eat into your presentation. Go ahead, Teresa.
I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about your routine early detection monitoring, like the timing of that, and would you change any of that? Like, just talk a little bit more about.
Wait, Nick, can we hold that to the monitoring portion?
Okay.
Because you have a few minutes for that there?
Yeah,
Does that,
We can catch up afterwards.
I mean, he has a little slot in monitoring.
I don't have a slide deck for that. Timing is interesting.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with this type of information, you really want to make sure that you're knowing as much information what you can talk about.
Yeah.
And, you're also dealing with natural occurrences like a hurricane affecting lab capacity and timing, flood or something like this. Those are really challenging things to talk about, but yeah, we can talk about it during monitoring.
Okay.
So August sample that led into a September response.
Your sampling is every 2 weeks for early
Yes.
detection? Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Jonas.
Sure, I'll cut it in my own time. It's not a question, it's a really minor clarification. So, I do appreciate the note on the Corps of Engineers cost share program, but what I wanted to clarify is that currently no money has gone directly into the rapid response from the Corps of Engineers, so there's no federal dollars that are involved in that. What we've done is support the watercraft inspection station program, which is freed up state funds to support the rapid response. So we are in the process of trying to find a way to cost share this action with the state of Idaho, and hopefully we'll get that done pretty soon. But as of now, there's no federal dollars from the Corps side involved in the rapid response.
What's pretty soon? Sorry.
Okay.
I think I owe you an email.
Oh, yeah.
Falls in my.
I was asking him, not you. I got you last night.
That's a good clarification. Having those cost share funding free up some state resources to be able to dedicate to something like this is important. Another important part of the project was, when all that information came in on the 18th, in the morning, we have a pretty quick chain to the governor's office, and so it's very responsive. So when we make a phone call to the governor's staff and the governor himself and say, hey, we've got something going on, you can bet that we were in the governor's office by mid-afternoon, and think of like a war room. All the state agency leads and managers, policymakers were in that room talking about this. Kind of goes into that information that you really got to know as much information about what you're talking about before you ring that bell, because we know with something like this, you're not going to unring it. So you gotta know what you're talking about. And when you're in that room with the governor's staff, you gotta be prepared for that. So but having a short chain to get access to those type of folks is very important. Get stuff done quickly. Yeah.
Just a quick question. Was the Idaho Invasive Species Council engaged at all? And if so, what role did they play?
Yep. Yeah. So they were engaged. That was part of the communication piece. Most certainly, that listserv is still there. We were moving at a very fast pace, so trying to get everybody on board, including the council, you know, they're more or less gonna get an update on, similar to this, on what occurred. But yeah, that was a big part of the communication piece with the council and all the other water managers.
Okay. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, so this next portion of the agenda really is meant to be a combination of discussion and information sharing. So I'm hoping this, you know, is a forum to contribute other info as it is appropriate. And I'm sorry, I'm, as usual, trying to run a PowerPoint and a talk in front of people. It's got its challenges. I might be sharing the wrong screen, Wendy. I don't know. It's just not. But it's not.
You want to have it the active screen on here. So what you want to do is bring up your PowerPoint and, oh wait, you did that, okay. And then you have this window here. Neither one of them are the presentation. So, oh, this isn't being shared anymore.
Wait, is it 2 or 1? See, I had it
It
on
looks like
there.
you have maybe 2 copies open. Let's try that.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not advancing?
Yeah, but now you're not seeing the PowerPoint. Oh. Is that it?
Try advancing?
No.
No.
Oh,
No.
it's advancing, but
It's
not there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, GoToMeeting's kind of weird. Let me try something else. Share something else. Try sharing this one instead, because that's the one that you can actually advance, I think. And then what we need to do is bring this back up.
To that, I think it was that one, right? No.
Nice. No.
We know it's not advancing
Do we have 2
there.
copies of it open? It looks like you
I
have 2
don't
copies
know.
of it open.
Close the one that's extra. Oh my God.
No, that's not it. Okay. Let's try it again. This is GoToMeeting for you.
No, this is virtual meetings.
Virtual meetings general, but like
Without a
my
tech crew.
unfamiliarity with it, yeah.
So we've got the crew.
Well, but I mean.
Okay, so we're
we do
sharing that screen, like we said. And then you want this one here, and you want, once you share it, then you open it up into projection mode. And now that's what they see, and you should be able to.
It's the order that
Yeah.
I did it in.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you definitely want to first open
In PowerPoint.
then share it, then expand it to presentation.
Whew. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for waiting. Okay, so can everybody take a seat, and we're gonna regroup here on a discussion on rapid response. So, as many of you know, there are many rapid response plans out there, and part of what Pacific States Marine Fisheries does is you know, houses all this information. But really the CRB rapid response plan was one of the first as it relates to draconiid mussels. And I like to put this up here just to remind everybody of the history. It's been around for a long time, since 2007, amended multiple times, revised, etc. And again, as many of you know, the plan lives on the CRB DIRT website. Lisa Deborah Kerr, who is not here, but she's kind of the one in the background that does updates on this annually or kind of as needed. I know she's going to be looking at doing some updates. So like if there's a new publication related to treatment options, or if there's any significant information that could help enhance this resource, it's kind of done on an annual basis. So, but what I wanted to kind of share and encourage, like just a minor amount of discussion here today. So we know, again, on the westernais.org website, under the tab Rapid Response, there are the plans for each of the states and the province of British Columbia. And then we have the tiny, not that the states are tiny, of Wyoming and Nevada, but just a tiny portion of the Columbia Basin is also falls within those two states. So this is kind of what I pulled from the Western AIS website of when the rapid response plans for those respective states were created. So Oregon and Washington, 2017, Montana, 2018, Idaho's was in 2012. And then I know British Columbia, I didn't have like the initial date, but I know you guys are revising and that's gonna be coming out in 24, so you guys will have a revised version.
2015 was when ours was.
2015, okay. And then also of note, Wyoming has done a unique thing too, where they've done it by water body across their entire state, which is pretty impressive actually. So, and then Nevada, I'm not sure, but I think Kevin has been talking about developing a plan for the state as well. So I was kind of curious and wanting to know, are there any other of the states here? So like, I know maybe it's not time for Idaho to say we need to update the plan, but when are people feeling good about it? Have you looked at your plan since the Snake River? I want to create a little dialogue around this idea of plans. Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
So you're kind of stealing my thunder for my monitoring presentation about 2024, but so we just signed our contract with our Northern Pike Rapid Response Plan for the state. We really want to give a shout out to Holly McClellan, where she got it started, where Holly McClellan with the Confederate Tribes with Caldwell Reservation, they did their Northern Pike Rapid Response Plan first, and we got to provide comments and data and all that, and it was a great plan. And so we wanted to mirror it with our Northern Pike Rapid Response Plan, which we did, which we completed this year. But then we realized our Muscle Rapid Response Plan is 2017, and we like our Pike Plan template a lot better, so we're going with that. And so we just signed a contract again with Fort Peaks, which we will be updating our Muscle Rapid Response Plan by June of 2024.
Just building on that, this isn't an announcement. We're just starting that planning process, and we'll be working with our tribal affairs director to send out notifications for initial tribal engagement meeting next month. So that we wanted that to be the very first step, but I'm happy to share this really good news. And the way that we're approaching this is we want this to tier to the Columbia River Basin plan, but we want to create our state plan as a framework to allow local jurisdictions to create those water body specific response plans for their own jurisdiction. We may take that on in the future, but we also want to leave those local organizations toward creating those own site specific plans. So we will be trying to move that direction, but it'll take a lot of resources, and really just want to commend Jesse for his work setting that up.
Any other comments about status of Columbia Basin plans?
Yeah, I think the Idaho one should be 2019. I think that Health Scanning exercise.
Okay. Well, no, but that's an after action report. So the rapid response plan is sort of like the recipe, and then that after action report. So okay, go ahead, Nick. Make sure you speak up too, so the little owl can hear you.
I think Mike was talking about revisions to the plan following that exercise. There's an updated plan for 2015.
Okay, well, and maybe we just need, so if there's a revised document, maybe we just need to get that up on the westernais.org site. I think that's part of it. So maybe a good flag for me. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, Heidi.
So, as a federal partner on this, we haven't had our own rapid response plans in a while, but over the last few months, Reclamation in the different regions are talking about developing our own rapid response plans, but they are going to be tailored to more site specific, much like Wyoming, because our reservoirs and lakes are so unique from area to area. So I know the Montana rep, Jacob Bradford, he's working with his, he probably have rapid response plans for the Missouri Basin done before us, but it is something that we're having an in-person meeting in February, March timeframe where we're going to be talking about what that framework is going to look like. So Reclamation will be sharing rapid response plans as soon as we get them.
right? Well, that we could have an update from you maybe sometime in spring on that. Cool, maybe. Yeah, Robin?
Oregon wrote into their new, almost approved state aquatic species management plan the need to update this specific plan.
Okay. Good to know. Okay. Any other federal, tribal, otherwise, state, provincial? Okay. This was just more of an FYI. I was kind of curious without sort of doing an email loop and then having people share. So I think great news that we have some revisions coming. Oh, here we go. This was my prompt here.
Beautiful picture, yeah.
I know that. Okay, yeah, we can't put this. Post this. I just took that out. Okay, exercises. So the next thing I wanted to touch base on again. The Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission has been doing tabletop exercises now. I think the first one was in 2007. Again, it was used as a way to kind of ground truth that original plan. And then since then, every other year, there has been another exercise. Mostly those exercises have taken place within the actual Columbia Basin. However, there have been a few outside of the basin. And if you haven't been a part of an exercise, really it's meant to take a scenario and walk through the steps. But you kind of heard from Nick of where, you may have talked through some of the logistics, some of the mechanics, but you really can't guess it all. But it's really an important first step in at least understanding roles and responsibilities, possible snags, really things that you maybe haven't even thought about programmatically. So in this year, we about the exercises that took place in the basin. So we actually worked. This was more of like an online session with Wyoming. And again, you just heard they have one for all these individual water bodies. So we basically did this kind of just in a learning session with Wyoming partners to talk through their plan because they have so much detail in them already that they've walked through and lots of people are on board. So it was really kind of an information sharing session, which went really well. And then this is a picture from Yellowstone National Park. It was actually an exercise that was in the works for quite a few years, but we got it past the finish line this year. It was just really great. Again, had multiple divisions within the park, that park itself, think about the mechanics of how they would respond. So that's what took place in 2023. Did anybody else do any training in 2023? Okay, so on the horizon for 2024, this is a picture of Pyramid Lake, which is in Nevada. And we are in conversation with Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. And what we have on tap, at least for January, is we're going to be doing a little bit different than what took place with Wyoming online. We're going to be doing kind of more of like an online learning session to really just kind of, it's beginning stages to help the tribe prepare for what would happen. They have sole management responsibility of Pyramid Lake. So there are a lot of questions and exploration that needs to take place with the tribal managers there. So there's that going on, coming up quickly, actually in like a month. And then also we are planning a cross-border exercise. So that's with Montana and British Columbia, and I'm sorry, I can't remember. Okay, and so we're looking at the scenario of using Lake Koocanusa, which is a shared water body between the province and the state. So we're gonna be honing in on 2020, or at the end of June of 2024. And there's really not too much to share right now about that, except for it's coming down the pike. So if this is the first you've heard of it, we're really in the early stages, even in developing the participant list and all the above. So that should be good. There's a lot to explore there when we're talking about cross-border quite a bit. Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, just going back to 2023 in terms of trainings, as we were developing our European green crab multi-agency coordination group, We actually worked with the Washington Basin Species Council to fund and host a multi-agency coordination group training. And it was actually really valuable. Breakout rooms focused on quagga mussels as well as green crab. But there's a really great best management practices guide that I'm sure Stephanie helps could distribute in terms of, how to organize a MAC crew, what they do, that sort of thing. But wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. That's what I was looking for. I'm like, I knew
Yeah,
others.
you went too fast.
Right, and, well, and like last year, I think that Washington and Montana worked together to do like a scuba training, right, for mussels, so any other exercises, I guess at this point, if you haven't done it yet, 23 is getting a little bit late, but are there others planning on things for 24? Well,
We're all
yeah.
looking at each other.
What?
So the Washington Basin Species Council is convening some conversations that includes Damian Walter and the state of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife talking about a containment workshop. So thinking about sediment barriers, that sort of thing, air curtains. I guess if anyone's interested in joining that conversation, Stephanie Helms is kind of leading that charge. But coming out of the incident in Idaho, we've been thinking a lot about containment. I don't know, Stephanie, you want to add more?
Yeah, just right now we're in the initial planning phases, as Justin mentioned, but we do have some grant funding and everything for that workshop. So looking into what that structure and everything is going to be, and the presentation we saw this morning was very informative and everything as well. So also just looking to take back some information for our own purposes, and we'd like to, possibly open that up later and everything if there's someone who wants to be an observer. So again, if you are interested in everything and want to keep in touch and keep in the loop, feel free to visit with me and everything, and we can, keep communications open as we continue our plans.
All right, so that's what I know about training. So, and then I did want to actually loop back to what Mike had said earlier about Idaho. So post-exercise, we put things on the westernais.org's website. So there's the plans that are there, and then what we refer to as the after-action report. So there's places to pull information, learn about what happens in these exercises and trainings if you're curious. So, okay, the remainder of this portion of the agenda is a little bit of, again, loose discussion on these three main topics of funding, triggers for chemical use, and containment tools and booms. And actually, maybe Justin just kind of touched on some of that. And I know these are big categories of information, but we're really just wanting to touch on some ideas here as they relate to rapid response activities of, what are people tapping into for funding? We heard a little bit from Nick about that, but there are other funding sources. So recently, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they have a pilot amount of $1 million. That's, I think it's for 4 years, $1 million a year. Right, thank you, Teresa. And so that's an open opportunity for funding. I think they flipped from doing it 4 times a year. Now it's just kind of open opportunity. And if you haven't seen that opportunity for rapid response funding from the Fish and Wildlife Service, Teresa, myself, I can forward that to you guys. But but Justin, are there other funding sources?
Either you know if they made awards on the first round of applications?
I don't, Teresa, are you touching?
I haven't seen any announcement yet.
And that's a rapid response fund.
That's the rapid response.
And how long have they been sitting there?
I'm not, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I understand there was quite a few submissions for that. Yes, John.
I just had a question on that, on the Fish and Wildlife Rapid Response Fund. It's available for other federal agencies, is that correct? And then what I talked about, I'm curious about the ability of like cost sharing, usage dollars. So if the state received that money, would it be usable by them to then? I would be talking to ROC, but we also would need something from whoever's administrating those funds to make sure stuff.
Susan Pasco in our headquarters office. Yep. She's the point of contact.
I know, let's see, other funding sources, you mentioned, Jonas, too, that the Army Corps.
Yeah, if we're working with the state for watercraft inspection stations, that program, we're working within those basins. That also includes the ability to participate in rapid response. So it is a reimbursable cost share, so it's not money that comes ahead of time, but it could be billed. We just have to walk through a compliance process to make sure that we check all of our boxes on our end. We're issuing federal money for that. So what we're doing with Idaho right now is kind of an after the fact action, walking them through Fish and Wildlife Services, and hopefully be able to check on the backside.
Okay.
When are you seeking those proposals or
And
what's
that
the
is,
process?
so that is, the watercraft inspection station, we have agreements in place with states that are eligible under that program. And that's for the typical, we're cutting checks on a regular basis for watercraft inspection stations. And then it's just as needed. So if there's a rapid response action that occurs, we're just getting in the loop, but there have to be in the program already for us to be able to do that. So that's, I've got a map of all our current area on my presentation.
So if we were waiting for a request, that's the wrong road.
Yeah, no, it's totally something that's happened, like, when it happens, right? Okay,
thank you.
Okay, Stephen and then Damien.
So we will take a look at the Fish and Wildlife Service Rapid Response Fund. It's the first year, so it's understandable why things are delayed, but we want to make sure that going forward, those funds get out the door as quickly as possible.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jones, a state could though, like for equipment for rapid response, like trailers, equipment like that, could work towards something like that. So not necessarily just the rapid response, but for a training drill or something like that, there is the capability that the court can cost share that.
Yeah, if you're also in the program, we can help with the purchase of equipment, things like that, just through regular cost share.
I think we differentiate those two, so because a lot of people are talking about planning and thinking ahead, like what Justin's saying, and folks, that there is a mechanism under the cost share. To do that
There's
also.
like a separate, it's the same program,
It's more paperwork for Steve.
your traditional work or like that.
Yeah, and to get the money, you need to write up a work plan, which we've been talking about for 5 years. So anytime, we're waiting.
Get your work plan. Any other funding?
Not really funding, but when we notified our military department about the detection in Idaho, they immediately responded asking if we wanted a mission number for our own state response. And then also inquired about whether we wanted to activate PNEMA, which is the Pacific Northwest Emergency Management Compact. Probably butchering that, but that's a resource sharing agreement that exists in federal law to share resources between the US and Canada. And my understanding is that it's never been used. So not necessarily something we're planning to do, but maybe it's something that this group should consider and think more about.
Maybe that can be part of the rapid response exercise between Canada and Montana.
Maybe.
That's good.
Good point.
Can I ask a little bit about, like, for funding, not necessarily a funding resource, but the ability to declare an emergency and then have access to additional funding? I feel like that was really important for Idaho. And I was just curious, like, how hard is that to have done to declare the statewide emergency for all of our states? Like, is that a feasible, feasible thing to have that option?
Who you know. For our deal, it was something that we utilized. We were overall pretty quiet about it because it was more of a mechanism to access funding or resources with our Office of Emergency Management. And some of their physical resources that they have on hand, like radios and flashlights and headlamps, pallet jacks, things like that, and then also the funding. But again, there's a pretty short communication line between Department of Ag and the Governor's Office and Office of Emergency Management, of course, for the Governor's Office, and so it just came together. I don't know if it's the same way for other states, but they have their own mechanisms that they have to work through on declaring that emergency, but it's definitely impossible. When you're in the heat of it, it's a lot like a wildland fire, so you do that for fire or flood or whatever. We've been talking about this for a number of years now, very smart.
Right, and I think those declarations, yeah, it's gonna vary in the quote heat of the moment. And then Teresa, as you know from me, I don't know if we actually discussed it in the Snake River exercise, but that has been a deliberate component in most, if not all, the other exercises I've been a part of. Just because, even if it doesn't get resolved as an exercise, right? Yeah, Justin, you might have stuff with green crab, right?
Yeah, I think my green crab presentation will give a little bit of a proxy to how we would approach it in Washington. In our laws, we have emergency measures authorities as a lead state agency for response. And in there, there's specific criteria that would require our department director to go to the governor seeking emergency measures, which could include funding or that direction from the governor that all state agencies must fall behind our efforts. And we've done that successfully for 2 years for European green crab. And, you know, looking at what Idaho did, it sure seems like that's the right approach, in my opinion.
When I think with the moss ball incident too, like Wyoming declared a state of emergency to free up the opportunity to do monitoring for COVID. And so they tagged on the zebra mussel monitoring with, you know, a non-traditional, you know, monitoring. So that might be another place to look at kind of success, you know, emergency declarations.
Okay. Yeah, Nick.
Before I move away, I think before you request or ask for that declaration, you should ask, like in Meridian moss ball scenario, we didn't go that route. Because we had other mechanisms internally that we thought we could handle it, you know, we did. But before we did the emergency declaration for the mid-snake, we kind of asked what could the emergency declaration do for us first before asking for it.
Yep.
You know, I think so that's an important step. Maybe you do it and it doesn't really hit you much because bandwidth-wise you can handle it anyways. In our case, it was beneficial to make that request.
This is not a 5-minute conversation, but triggers for chemical use is something to kind of look back on too. I know Steve and I thought we'd just pose to the group. If any, you know, again, some of this is sort of in light of the Snake River incident. Have those considerations changed for the kind of major managing entities? Yeah, Martina.
I think triggers comes after what are the available chemicals to use, right? Because that's another big challenge is what do you have ready access to, both from a registered product perspective, but also what would be readily accessible, I think, of which were, you know, a pretty key factor in this with Twin Falls. So I think that's another piece certainly in Canada that, you know, we're working quite a bit to it's access to registered products. That's a big piece. So, yeah.
This discussion is tied up into a very site-specific scenario, and it's hard to make that blanket statement other than exploring treatment options and reviewing labels and products and talking with applicators and manufacturers, but it's hard to draft up a treatment plan until you have an idea of what the site looks like, because the treatment in the mid-snake would look drastically different if we were just 50 miles downstream dealing with a couple thousand steel vests, or if we were in the anadromous zone, or all that.
Do you have a comment, Eric?
Yeah, the big thing that comes to mind on and it's not a trigger for the chemical use, but it's almost to discuss a mindset for doing a chemical use. And the thing of it is what you have to wrestle with is with your constituency, what is an acceptable loss for trying to overall win the war? Because when you go use a chemical, like they saw in Idaho, they had mortality of secondary species. And that's what we talked in Washington, what we would wrestle with back and forth is, would we be allowed to do a chemical treatment and realizing that you're going to have some secondary species that are going to perish in this, but overall small loss for winning the war to not have a secondary species that's injected that now takes over everything. And that's going to be the tough thing to trigger on us is what's an acceptable loss to try to ultimately win the war. And it's just, I know that in Washington, we will wrestle with that really hard.
Right, what's the appetite? Yeah.
I think just build on what he said, we're moving toward in terms of having that dialogue is development of an internal policy group. Think of a multi-agency coordination group, but internal to an organization with your permit people, all the folks that have a nexus, and then thinking about a multi-agency coordination group just for our own jurisdiction with tribal governments, with federal agencies relevant to our own specific site. I think we need to start having that discussion now, is based on our observations from Idaho. Is we need to put more energy into those thoughts and those permit processes and what's supported.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to change the discussion, I'm just double checking our chat here.
Okay.
Dan?
Yes.
I have a quick thought.
Can you make sure you speak up, just so the owl can hear you?
So I work for the Spokane tribe, and as Nick was going through his presentation and answering my questions about the effects to the biota afterward, one thing that would really be difficult, I think, for the Spokane is the loss of all the sturgeon, right? So in the Columbia, where I work, many of the sturgeon in there are not hatchery, they are wild. And there is a small population of them there, and it's very important for the tribe to maintain this. So if we were to go in with a copper treatment like that, this would be hugely devastating in many, many, many ways, right? And so maybe in thinking of triggers for chemical use, maybe it would be worth coming up with a rapid response team that would be dedicated to sort of gathering individuals from a particular area that was going to be treated, whether it's sturgeon, whether it's mussels, whether it's whatever kind of organisms are there, and sort of taking them out of that treatment area before it's treated. And then the losses that are suffered are far fewer. So maybe that would be worth discussing as part of developing these rapid response plans, and just how do we sort of mitigate the losses rather than accepting the losses.
Well, and that's a really great point, and that's something that comes up in the exercises 100%, right? Sometimes that could get built into a plan, but that certainly comes up in that staging of a scenario. Like, can we set these, like, what's the feasibility of setting and protecting species aside, So that's a great, good comment. Yeah, Heidi.
I was just gonna say, I think Highline Reservoir with their secondary treatment, they're doing harvesting ahead of their treatment to try to remove as much of the fish out of the population before the treatment. So that's something that's, I guess, one of the things that would have to be planned is, do you have a place to put those fish when you take them out? Or any other sensitive things, something to consider.
And I just wanted to say one more thing about, for many tribes, if you're thinking about salmon, or if you're thinking about sturgeon or any of these other animals, the tribes don't think of these animals as just animals. They think of them as family members. And so when you're thinking about losses, you're really talking about the loss of a family member, a brother, a sister, a whatever, right? I mean, it's not just an animal that, we might think of it as, well, we lost this many fish. They think of it as, we lost this many brothers. So it's kind of a very different context.
Very different. Thank you for highlighting that. Yeah, Nick.
Just some thoughts on sturgeon. I do appreciate that. That would come into consideration for sure on planning for treatment. I think the main focus for the mid-snake was knowing that they were all hatchery origin, knowing the journal size class, that it wasn't an actual rearing area for wild fish or native fish. One of the concerns, because we had discussed doing mark recapture or doing a capture and then plant back later, especially for the sturgeon, is when you're dealing with something that's sucking up bivalves off the bottom of the river, there's a concern of a contaminated fish. What now do you do with that contaminated fish that may have something in its gut that's going to pass through, and then you're gonna put that back into the water that was treated. And so again, kind of going back to the captain's point, that it was waging the lesser of two evils, that we decided to keep the fish in, and there was a window of opportunity to pull fish out if we really wanted to. It sucks either way, but it's needed, and we had to basically force those fish into the treatment area.
Just following up on that, it seems like you had a group of really intelligent people that worked to inform that. Like, can you explain who you brought together? And I think, that's something that we're thinking about too, is if we're developing treatment plans and trying to think about what that looks like how do we bring together the greatest minds in order to inform that decision?
Yeah, again, it would be water body specific for that area. And so if we're dealing with the natural zone or places, with the natural occurring stock. But for our working group on the fish side, Fish and Game took the lead, but all the other state agencies were involved with that. And those same conversations about fish mortality was an expectation pre-treatment. Everybody had to get a grasp on that and understand it long before we started ordering product. But yeah, Fish and Game took the lead, but USGS took a pretty significant lead on that as well. Fish and Wildlife Service, they're all.
This is really good stuff, and I'm glad that Nick, you helped kick off extensive discussion on rapid response. But I do want to transition to our last speaker before our lunch here. So Jonas Gruneman with the Army Corps of Engineers, come up here.
Sure.
I believe I have you all tech ready.
Thank you. How do I change the slide?
Right here with the arrow.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was going to add one thing to that conversation real quick, because I can go through this really fast. This is boring number stuff. I was curious on the rapid response thing, depending on the scale you're writing that plan on, statewide versus maybe local, instead of identifying triggers for chemical use or talk about the constraints, right? So identify the potential issues. That way you're not tying your hands early. You're just identifying what the issues might be. Anyway, so I'm here and I took out my thanks slide. You see the next one. But again, like Nick said earlier, he gets to, I get to stand up here and talk about something that many people have been involved in and participating in, from states to other nonprofit organizations, people in my people in the Corps. So yeah, just thanks to everybody who helped build this program up, whether it was supporting the legislation that came in to get the funding on board, however that is. Thank you to everyone. And now I get to talk about it a little bit. Just real quickly, status updates where we're at with our various authorities. So we are authorized under watercraft inspection for Arkansas, Columbia, Russian, South Platte, Upper Colorado, and Upper Missouri River basins, depicted on the map. And then just for clarity, we can operate within any state that basin touches, because our authority is to prevent the spread into or out of those watersheds. So for example, the state of Kansas, when we get up and running there, we can do northern Kansas and fund those efforts, because it's going to protect those other basins. So the geographic area we operate is a lot larger. For the Columbia River Basin, our longest standing program, we have active cost shares with 6 of those states. Upper Missouri River Basin, we have our internal documentation finalized and signed, and we have our project partnership agreement, or PPA, which is the contract with those individual states that sets up that funding cost share. We have that set up with both North Dakota and South Dakota. We currently have Montana in the Columbia River Basin program, so we didn't see a need to have 2 agreements with one state where they were already covered. And so if you see some gaps there, that's why. Colorado River Basin, excited to say we are now up and running with Colorado, and Utah came in last week, like on Friday. So we now have Utah in the program, and we're working through the annual work plan process there. South Platte River Basin, if Nebraska decides to come in, we would potentially be operating with them for the South Platte, but we do have our documentation ready to go. And then the Arkansas River Basin is kind of one trailing off this direction. We are in the process, lots of federal process to go with these documents. So we're in our kind of final reviews and getting ready to push that out for public review, for comment period. Hopefully that gets done, sent up to our headquarters to be signed, and then we're off and running in those reviews. We do have, it's very small, I'm a little, yeah, there it is. The Russian River Basin, this little guy over here, has been an ongoing struggle to get up and running. I've said this before to this group,
we thought it would be very easy to scale a program at that large level for some of these other basins down to a small one in the authority, and it's actually added some complexities when you scale down. You have more specifics to work through, you know more details. So it's just been kind of trying to get that into operation. But no, we are moving forward. We're in one of our midpoint reviews, and then we'll go into like our final ATR public review process. And I'm happy to answer questions as we go, but I also know everybody wants to get to lunch, so. There we go. Something we're also exploring under our authorities, we have the ability to cost share not only with those basins I described, but for a region, I'm trying to remember exactly how it's stated in the legislation, for basins that intersect an international border between the United States and Canada. So we can cost share with individuals, and we are currently looking at a couple of efforts along that border region across the country. We are very excited to try and get something set up in the Midwest for some of these states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, where we know we have large source populations and help supplement those prevention efforts and treat it more as a containment program than a prevention, so we can stop things spreading west or into other regions. We're scoping out this potential authority for other eastern states, but nothing's on the books yet. We're not very far in the process. And then we are working towards a potential international cost share. First step there is an MOU for those who are involved, and probably have questions on that. I do owe some responses. We're still reviewing that draft MOU. Something I can follow up on, there were questions at the last call that we had, I think you were on that, Martina, about what the process would look like for the Corps to move it through, since it is government to government across the line. We did receive information that would have to be through State Department, which adds a lot of complexity to that process for us. So it's a little unfortunate, but that's the answer we got back when we sent it out before our Office of Counsel. Yeah, funding. So throughout history for the program, you can see that Congress has, as they have upped our authorities, they have continued to give us more and more money to support. FY24, we're in a CRA still, so we don't have a final budget. It will be a downturn. This is overall ABC. This is not just watercraft inspection. There's a lot of sub-programs that kind of fit under that line, broken out by the bar graphs. So it is going to be a dip for watercraft inspections and rapid response. However, I personally believe we've been a little over appropriated. Thank you, Stephen. But yeah, so I think we're finding the right size number for the cost shares we've actually been operating. We didn't have baselines when the authority first came in, so it was kind of a guess, best educated guess that we could get, and then that, there's money sitting available, and yeah, so a little downturn. I'm not too concerned. I think we're still at 13 million, which should be adequate for everything I see on the immediate horizon. And then the money that has not been spent is still sitting in the pot available. So even if we end up, that number comes up on the expenses side, we will be good for the short and midterm while we work with Congress to figure out what that right number looks like on a year. You may have been hearing, if you're involved in the program, about a Government Accountability Office report that came out recently. So over the last 18 months or so, we've been working with the GAO, which is the congressional arm, a congressional resource organization. They do they audit federal programs to make sure that they are spending money wisely, right? So they released their report in early November. We've been involved in this from the get-go, and I know some people in this room have also been involved in had interviews with their staff. So we're in the process of kind of reviewing that report, drafting what they call a corrective action plan to address their recommendations. This is kind of long and boring, but overall, I think this is really good for our program. It provides us a lot of support internally to leverage to get better things done to meet that. It was actually a really great experience for me to work with them. We weren't getting our hands slapped, really. It was like a cooperative effort to identify where we can. So 3 main recommendations. Right now, because it has to go from like high up executive office level over to Congress, I can't give you specifics. We do have a plan drafted, addressing it. So we'll be coming out with more on that. But it's all stuff we kind of knew we'll be tracking. Probably been shared with some of you informally anyway, but until that actually goes, I can't say what they are. It's not super secret, just following change. That's it. That's my entire presentation. So you can either go to lunch or you can ask me questions. That's up to you. Tom.
So related to the information sharing piece of that GAO, so the Corps potentially could fund an update to our database.
Yeah, so we have in our, I can bring that up, I know similar questions have come up before. We have in our authorities the ability to fund at 100% federal expense. I think it's research and planning to support those kind of efforts. So that is one thing we can look at, is potentially using some funds that we have to support database for the cost sharing, as long as it supports the entire program, right? We don't want to do something one-off for one individual, that's more where we have to use the cost share component. But if we're trying to build a better program for everybody, there's probably room for us to do that under 100% federal expense. So database is definitely one that we're looking at.
And so we're looking at a database that's starting to get old. That could be a great tool, and potentially crafted correctly, I know might be interested in joining up.
No,
in theory.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, yeah, we're open to anything to make things better. You know, but I have to walk through the process. You have a second question, Tom?
My second question is that odor movement study that we discussed in the past, is that going to play out?
Yeah, it will happen. We have a contractor on board to start working through that. So that's for everybody's awareness, using anonymized cell phone data to help track where boats are coming out of key water bodies and where they go to during certain amounts of time. And so we are working with a contractor right now to identify how to do that. I don't know if they actually have the task order written. We have a couple things going on with the same contractor. I can't remember what we've signed task orders for and what we are just in the process of scoping out. But it is going to happen. And so that will help us identify, yeah, I think ground truth, some of the odor movement analysis that has been done previously, and help support, you know, if we want to put additional stations or reinforce the stations in the right place. It should be good. Tom, anybody else besides Tom?
One last question, detection of mussels in Lake Hawaii.
Yeah, I just heard about that one.
Any plans on, not Oregon.
Oh, thank you.
Big Stem, Missouri system. Right. It jumps a major dam in the system, it makes mussels that much closer to North Dakota and Montana.
Yeah, it actually spans into North Dakota, if I recall correctly, so it's dammed up here. It's a huge, huge reservoir. Sorry, go ahead.
So are you aware of any response to the Corps?
Not yet. I mean, I will say, I think our focus will initially be on the hydropower system and making sure that we are then employing the mitigation technologies we need to keep that up and running the way we want to. I haven't heard any details about where they were found, the extent of the population. I don't know if they've done a lot of data surveys yet. For the cost share program that I'm primarily involved in, you know, it is a Corps of Engineers facility, and we're not allowed to augment our Corps of Engineers O&M budget with cost share dollars that are supposed to be going to states. So if we do try something, it'll be really tricky to figure out what we can do with South Dakota for this program. But, you know, hopefully there's O&M funding to support, you know, some stuff on the ground. I just don't know. But yeah, I think more information is going to come out on that. But it's such a big, I don't know what you do in a reservoir that size. You're not going to treat it. You're not going to drain it. So.
Sam?
Yes. What precipitated the GAO report?
They don't have to tell us.
Okay, and in the process, did they interview, request records from? Was it a mutual relationship where you were sharing information, or they only got information that they requested?
We shared as much information as possible. Okay, so we had I think it was a really good back and forth conversation trying to identify where we could do better. What I'll say is, like, yeah, we don't know specifically what precipitated the report or the need. They do this routinely. Sometimes I think they get to choose what they do. Sometimes it's a congressional directive to review something. But I mean, this is what they do as an agency. So they do it very regularly. And then I'm missing part of your question that you want to answer.
You can answer.
Okay.
Well, Jonas, also was written up in report language in appropriations bill.
Was it?
Yeah. So somebody from the Northwest got their nose in there.
Okay, any more questions for Jonas?
Yeah.
Part of Sam's question, also how they operated when they were doing this.
Yeah, so we had some kickoff calls with that group, with their team, and then we identified POCs throughout the we work with regularly. So that was Stephen Phillips. I don't know if they ever reached out to you directly, but you know, we talked to somebody. I think they reached out to you, maybe Robert Walter, and some other AIS coordinators that we had identified. And but they, you know, we don't get oversight of what they do; they get oversight of what I do. So they don't have an answer to me who they talk to. So I don't know who all they spoke to.
They actually came, and they spent a full day at our Spokane station watching how we do things. We took them all through that. We also, I think they also went to our Pasco station. But no, they looked at our operations on how we did it, and then they also did Idaho as well, went through Idaho stations, and that was part of it.
I will say this one, they know.
A mutual.
Huh?
I don't know if I would call it a mutual relationship. Being like some auditors.
They are,
That's their job.
Yeah.
No, it was interesting because they don't have, it was a lot of education in the beginning. Like they come in with no experience on invasive species at all. That is not their realm. They're kind of not, there's like one guy who's like a natural resource policy person and then like an audit team. So it was a lot of education, explaining, re-explaining. And if they're listening to this like online, I don't want them to think that that's what they did. It was just, they didn't have background, and so we had to give them the information.
So did you cue them on interstate data sharing, or they brought it up or something?
I mean, I don't remember specifically how that one came up, but yeah, they were asking for data on individual inspection stations. This is actually how it came up. Yeah. They asked for specific data for each station that we support under the Water Resources Development Act funding, and we did not have it on hand. It's something we could request, like on an ad hoc basis, and I think that triggered in their mind that we weren't getting the information we needed to manage the program on behalf of that program, or the funding of that program.
So I didn't talk to GAO, but I would have taken them down a different road and it none this stuff. It would have been on the administration of the program and the time it takes. It's not the fault of the court people here in the room. It takes so long to get stuff done. And they have like 12 layers that these poor folks have to go through. That needs to be shortened. That's why I was chirping about when Teresa brought up the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Rapid Response Fund. Well, it's supposed to be, rapid.
Well,
And we're not, and it's not only, it's state government too. It just, and as I get further down the road, I tend to share my beliefs more broadly. So it was good that I didn't talk to them because it might have caused more headaches.
I'm a representative of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I don't disagree with some of the things that you have said.
Yeah, and it's just the way government is. It's just, it takes, but you guys have done good work. It just takes a long while.
That might have been teed up in the Washington Jet Station discussion.
Yeah, well, we're still working on it. Improvements are being made. We're a family.
Okay, I think it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
So, I believe, Amy, are people's names on things?
Yes, I just put names on, and we have about half a dozen extra sandwiches, so somebody didn't purchase a sandwich, but wants them. We have some extras, and I wrote extra on them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Turn it off. You gotta mute it.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute it. I'm gonna just send messages to people. Sure, go ahead. I don't know if that's doing it. Look at, there's a picture of the sign. I don't know if that needs, maybe just leave it.
I can confirm it was teed up.
Just don't.
We teed it up.
Don't press anymore. Let's just set it down.
We teed it up.
Let's, let me, I think I can undo it.
I got
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, so Nick, it's your turn to come back up here and talk a little bit more about monitoring. And maybe there's just questions that we need to address. So we could start, well, I don't know how you want to frame it, but I know that I did hold the question from Teresa too, so.
Yeah, and I don't have a slide deck for the monitoring part. You guys saw the interactive map, so for Idaho monitoring, you can zoom in and click on dots and see some things about that sampling point. It's villager plankton toes for microscopy tied in with adult monitoring. We haven't tapped into the eDNA yet, although we're engaged in those conversations, especially around communicating detections and that type of information on eDNA. But yeah, it's bi-weekly, twice a month. All the water bodies throughout the state are categorized critical, high, moderate, low, depending on usage and infrastructure. So you'd imagine, larger impoundment with a lot of use, like CJ Strike, is going to be critical, and moderate and low go from there. So usually I have a slide that says no detections. That's changed a little bit. So yeah, with the detections, again, there's a step needed for verification. And so as we're rolling out monitoring programs, we need to be ready with keeping the table up to date on certified labs. I know that document in particular came in very handy when sending off pictures or specimens off to other labs to get verification, and then having a list of genetics labs to run the qPCR. Because again, once you ring that bell, you really need to know what you're talking about before you do it.
Do you guys have like a set backup lab before this happened that you had, like you had your regular lab, did you already have decided like you do your backup lab?
Yep, yeah, so we've got a couple of cooperators, partners in the room that have lab capacity that we can send stuff to as we need. And then our contracted lab, it's a pretty tight-knit group where they've got colleagues that they can send information. When you do that preliminary, you can scrub certain things, and that way they're just getting an image and they're like, hey, I need a second opinion on this, and then they send that information back, and then we figure out what to do with it. But yeah, there's formal agreements, there's contracts, and then there's just this network of experts. And I'm not a microscopy expert at all. I hardly spend any time under a microscope, but that community is tight knit. They all know each other and they communicate well. We need to keep that going. Yeah.
This list of labs that you're talking about, can you share that?
Yeah, please.
It's PSMFC, so it's on the westernais.org monitoring page. And actually Martina and I were discussing, because I conducted the last revision of that. I'm not sure if that BC lab is on there. So, but the current one is on there.
Okay.
But if there are other resources that can be added, that document can be changed.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the labs aren't certified.
Right.
They're labs that we've worked with. And so that whole certification process is another half-day meeting. And you guys can go there. I'm not.
Teresa, did you want to re-ask your question?
Well, I was just thinking about that. I was thinking about all of on the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force, there's an experts database that's being updated. So not only are there labs, but then there's also people with taxonomic expertise. So that's another resource. But no, it's around the monitoring. You have your early detection monitoring, and the turnaround time, it sounds like it's pretty fast to get those samples back.
Yeah, it can be. We also need to be considerate of the human factor, and natural disasters and things that affect lab capacity, like people getting sick, or people needing to take time off, or a hurricane comes through the lab. And this is stuff that we've experienced, and there's certain things that you can back up your lab. Like I know the one that we're working with has a set of battery banks that if all hell breaks loose and they're not allowed to operate, they can still get it back online pretty quick. We require a 2-week turnaround time with our analysis results, and even that can get a little bit of a delay. And so just being patient and willing to adapt, but also not be in a position where the samples are sitting on the shelf kind of a deal if you cost, or that comes with this whole other host of issues, trying to catch up. But yeah, it's sampling bi-weekly, twice a month, trying to get as close to that 2-week turnaround time as possible, allowing, once those results come back, allowing a little bit of time to dispatch the team to go out and do a second set of samples with a different net, with a different person sampling, send off to the lab at the same time, grabbing specimens, send off to genetics. That all has to happen pretty quick. So we're talking a lot of FedEx overnight packages, we're talking 48-hour, rush on analysis results, the price goes up and things, when you start talking about that, but it's needed. Get on it quicker.
Any other monitoring questions from Nick?
Cool.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, so next is Tom. You give me a minute here, Tom, to pull up.
So I'm speaking in behalf of Craig McLean today. He's our prevention coordinator, or the early detection coordinator. This is just his talk. So similar to everybody else in the basin or the region, we have a pretty involved early detection program out there looking all summer, collecting samples for microscopy analysis. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks operates 2 laboratories that do microscopy analysis. Under about 3,000 samples per season. No detections in Montana again this year, especially considering Tiber Canyon Prairie, where we had that scare back in 2017. No further evidence of mussels at all in Montana. Right? We'll try to keep it that way. 3,100 samples this year from 350 water bodies. That's where we're sampling when we have accrued 6 people. They're seasonals that full-time sample all summer long. Plus, we have a lot of partners out there also that are collecting samples and doing a survey in their local area. Our sample numbers this year, so we still have samples on the shelf now. The lab is currently working through the high priority water bodies like Fort Peck, Flathead Lake. They get processed within 2 weeks, usually within 4 days or so. As soon as the lab receives those, they process them, and then the lower risk water bodies sit on the shelf until we get to them. We also process samples for the Missouri River Basin states. Fish and Wildlife Service provides us funding to help support that. So we still have a number of other partners, samples that haven't been processed yet. That usually by January, the lab folks get through. We've got 3 full-time lab staff that are working on these year-round. So great group of people. But we also see mussels in our lab every year because of these Missouri Basin states. They send us samples. Sometimes they spike samples for us, but also I think we detected a new population of mussels in Nebraska this year through our lab, which keeps our lab folks on their toes too. It's the practice. Environmental DNA for dry synods. We also collect samples using environmental DNA for early detection of dry synods. That's where we sample, also working closely with the Flathead Biological Station at Flathead Lake. They collect DNA samples and then also send us microscopy samples. And through Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, we are using environmental DNA actively. Just as another tool, as a smoke alarm. If we have a detection, it makes us look closer. The Corps of Engineers had an eDNA detection last year in Fort Peck. We went back, sampled the heck out of it, no further information out there. We're using DNA there actively now. That's why DNA is just a little weird. By a weight of evidence is how we use it. So it's a smoke alarm. If we detect something, we go back and look closer. If we don't find anything else, we continue to look. But it is what it is. DNA can be a little strange, and it doesn't necessarily mean you have a live organism. DNA can move on boats, on gear. Probably that's how that Fort Peck sample flagged positive, because the same crew samples the lower Missouri River where there's mussels. So they can move DNA from one place to another. This is our DNA, a little bit more information on our DNA stuff. And again, positive hits would trigger additional sampling. This season, through FWP, eDNA samples, no signals of mussels at all. Good news. So far, so good. New finds this season, we did find mud snails in the upper Clark Fork River in Silverbow Creek. Milfoil popped up very close to an adjacent population of milfoil. Currently, fondweed pops up in new locations every year. It doesn't tend to cause problems in Montana, but it is an invasive plant, and we track it. So we're out there looking for mussels, but also invasive snails, plants, and all that stuff. That's what we're trying to do, which isn't isn't much compared to previous years. We also conduct hatchery inspections. So in the past, blue water and Bitterroot hatcheries had New Zealand mud snails. Both of those went through eradications, and both of them have been New Zealand mud snail free for 2 and 3 years now. So far so good in those facilities, and no new detections in our hatcheries. Really focusing on building capacity for early detection out there. So getting out and training partners that are interested, getting them out looking for invasive species to help us with early detection. Sometimes they're collecting samples for us, and more often than not, they're just out there looking for things, looking for plants, snails, those types of things. Increasing that awareness and then getting them out there with those eyeballs looking for stuff. Really a good way to help with early detection. And great partners out there with tribes, conservation districts, working with a lot of folks out there. Yellowstone National Park, we went down there and helped them train them because they've got a new person down there, new invasive species coordinator, just trying to get more people moving in places. We also have several eradication projects that we'll just touch on in the state. Beaver Lake is a small lake outside of Whitefish. It is the headwaters of Flathead Lake. No Eurasian water milfoil in Whitefish Lake or Flathead Lake. We found no milfoil in there this year. Following probably 6 years of aggressive hand removal and barrier treatment of milfoil, we keep after this. I think we're going to eradicate this population. We're not going to leave it alone. We're going to keep looking. It's not a bad place to dive either. There's regular plants. But that's a great eradication program. Project I hope we can say it's eradicated after we look for several more years. So far, we're on track. Another eradication project for Eurasian water milfoil. So now Nylon Reservoir is an irrigation reservoir on the Rocky Mountain front outside of Augusta. We identified milfoil there in 2021. Treated it with fluoridone, aquatic herbicide. This year we didn't find any plants, so we're hopeful that this is going to be an eradication project too. That system, using herbicide as a tool, and also hand removal for divers because we did remove a number of plants. So far, so good on this system this year. Working closely with Forest Service in Missoula County on Frigate Water Lily eradication in Humboldt Lake. That's just a joint project that we work with them on, trying to get that plant knocked out of that system. And then Corbicula in Lake Elmo outside of Billings. This is irrigation. It's a reservoir that's filled by irrigation water. So we were able to dewater it, pumped it down. It was exposed all winter. Drained it in 2021. Had to pump the water out to get that dead pool out. Sampled the heck out of it this year and no live Corbicula detected. So I'm hopeful we got these guys too. Also using DNA this season. We expected to see DNA because DNA stays in the sediment or can stay in the sediment for a long time. We didn't detect it. So hopefully all that population eradicated too here in the near future. And that's the only population of Corbicula we have in Montana. I know that Corbicula is fairly common in other places. This is the only place we've ever seen those flags, which is really strange. And why we jumped on it so aggressively. Time for questions.
What did you use to go after the Corbicula?
Just dewatering. So we pumped it down and then left it open all winter long. So that system is, I think, unique.
Other questions for Tom? Who's processing the eDNA samples for Dracenid?
We have a contract with Basin.
Oh, Pisces, okay.
And we are also looking that we're going to be up for a rebid of that contract. This next go around, especially in response to what Idaho had to deal with, we're going to add additional labs. So it's not going to be just from one lab. We'll put it out to bid and then have multiple labs potentially on that contract for capacity. The event.
Good idea. Okay, no more questions for Montana? Thank you, Tom. Okay, so next, next we have Jesse Schultz from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Let me get you segued up here. Almost there, Jesse. We're almost there. Yes.
All right, so, thanks everybody. First off, always, it's pretty impressive, all the partners, everybody in Washington that's doing the monitoring and the catch base. It takes the team, it takes everybody to accomplish what we need. And still Washington, we need a lot more sampling. Our 2023 map, 124 water bodies that we sampled, 304 sites. And for 2024, it's gonna look really similar. We're always trying to increase. And so I've showed everybody our risk assessment probably a million times. So this is a condensed version of our presentation. But basically, we run all our water bodies through this assessment. And then we sample either 3 times a year, twice a year, or once a year. But then at the end of the season, we'll always try to hit our highest risk water bodies even more. So some of the water bodies this year, we sampled up to 20 times, but that was directly related to the Snake River. I'll go into that one. An overview of our muscle monitoring program, our early detection muscle monitoring program. So we currently have 3 teams for 2023. One's Olympia, Spokane, and Creta. So they're based throughout the state in each of the regions. And they're a 2-person team with a boat. So for 2024, we're going to replicate, do the same thing, but we are putting in funding requests to have a dedicated team just for the Snake River. So I'll talk more about the Snake River, but the mouth of the Snake River goes into the Columbia River, Lake Wallowa, and Tri-Cities, and it goes to the border up by Clarkston, Lewiston, Idaho, which is the borders you need with Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. Anyways, if we get that funding, we're gonna have a dedicated team that will be sampling on the Snake and then the mouth of the Columbia every day, maybe. Our sample methods are very similar to the rest of the region. We do the horizontal vertical, collecting toes, eDNA, sediment grabs, either heavy sonar grab, and dissolved calcium, including water quality, shoreline surveys, artificial substrates. But for 2024, we're always trying to evolve, adapt, cheat, see what's working, what are we missing, what area are we missing sampling. So we're trying to always get new ideas, and something we've never done is a weed rate protocols. So that's what we're going to try to implement this year. Dissolved calcium. So we started in 2016 with dissolved calcium, and we sent all our samples to Eastern Washington University to analyze them. And we are, we have, if anybody wants dissolved calcium, we have the data bank. We have the most in Washington by far. And now looking at all that data, and we spend a significant amount of time and resources and budget now analyzing, we're going to analyze that data, and then we're going to try to decrease and hopefully cut it in half. Is for certain water bodies and sites, we should have enough data where we can stop sampling that and put that funding into other sample methods such as water controls. Labs, so we've talked about labs a lot. This is a big one. So before lightning struck with Idaho, we had 2 labs. One of the labs was the same labs that Idaho uses. And then we wanted a secondary lab. So we were thinking if we ever get positive detection, they need to talk and they need to confirm each other's work. And that was great. But then when Idaho got detected, everybody was racing to get their labs analyzed, and they wanted them analyzed now, and that created a bottleneck. And so our samples, and it's understandably and rightfully so, got pushed down the line. And I'm pretty sure any other samples that one of these labs were doing that wasn't Idaho was pushed down the line. So with that, like, we need another lab to not just for confirmation so they talk to each other, but to prevent the bottleneck. And that's where this Columbia Basin team, I think that's where we should focus a little bit of energy, because we're all on the same team. We're all going to be using the same people. Like Tom, I called you really quick. I was like, what lab do you use? I'm thinking about getting a third contractor. And then there's a lot that plays into that where, like, whoa, this third lab that we're looking at is 3 times the budget.
that. So I think, there's a lot more discussion deeper in the weeds about monitoring and then the labs. And for the EDA, we have one of the best labs we've hired is headed by Dr. Lisa Crossman. So she analyzes all our EDA samples. And then we analyze for zero muscles, large muscles, or high zero muscles. And then, again, thinking of just secondary confirmation contract with Washington State University to confirm all those. But then now I'm thinking, okay, is there going to be a possible bottleneck of eDNA samples if everybody is pouring into this lab saying, I want my samples done immediately or I want them done now? And it's all calcium. It's Washington University of Meridian. 2022 and 2023, this is preliminary, but data will be submitted hopefully by next week. But as you can see, we're always, just like how we're always trying to evolve and get a little better, we're always trying to bump up our numbers a little bit, but we're kind of at capacity where we are with our program. 3 teams, the lead in the field, and then myself, unless we get more funding, which would be requested. And, but you see, these are significant jumps because, next slide, we direct the teams to the state. So that's why all of our surveys, the samples went up. But you can see we invested a significant amount in eDNA this year. And I can't say it any better than Tom. eDNA is a great tool. It is utilized properly. It's a smoke alarm. It's not an end all be all. You get a positive result. It's not poking out on how further sampling needs to be conducted. So, going back to this, since 2016, there were 5,000 sampling calcium samples, and so we're going to try to decrease that number where we can to put those resources into other sample methods. The snake. Right when Idaho announced the detection, we actually had a monitoring team in the area. So within a couple hours of the announcement, we directed them to go to the snake. And from the 18th until we ended our season, approximately Halloween, we had coverage of the snake monitoring. So our work schedule for monitors is 4 days, 4 days, Monday through Thursday. So from there, there's monitoring conducted on the snake all the way until Halloween. So that was, for us, that was a great exercise of a rapid response monitoring exercise event. You see, because of that, we significantly doubled all our surveys and samples for a single group. And luckily, we could say no zero quadrant muscle has ever been detected in the Washington water line. And then we look back at the calcium. So Twin Falls snake bird section, Nick, you're saying it's around 50 milligrams per liter. The average, we have over 400 samples for the main stem snake. I'm talking about the mouth until the border. 400 to 400 samples. A lot lower, but still a threshold for 19 milligrams. Here's the Tri-Cities, the mouth, and here's the green dots are our sites. And we have 23 sites. But this is Swells Park, Clarkston. And you can see that's still the border. They make a look at this map and just tell us you're missing coverage. Yeah, we are missing coverage. Okay, yeah, fix that. This is a tricky area, water pipes. You gotta be experienced boater. And so we figured, okay, created 8 new sites. And so this was on a fly. They're not marked here yet, but there's 8 new sites to the border. So we got a total of 31, and now we're looking for any help possible. You gotta run a sled, you gotta run in that area. You gotta try to figure that out. We're gonna beg, borrow, steal, however we can do that contract out, but we're going to, for 2024, we will be monitoring these sites by boat. So for this year, we just did it for the bank, just get some type of sampling done. Okay. We already talked about our rapid response plan. We just signed a contract. We are working on 4 peaks now, and it will be completed by June of 2024. And this is a work in progress.
a lot of videos for showing our sample methods for anybody to utilize for the public, other entities, whatever, and that's still ongoing. And with that,
Questions for Jesse?
So the third lab we're looking at, was it just their increase in price, was it just capacity, they didn't have capacity, or they have a reason why they were so?
I don't know, their baseline was triple the price of our other two labs, and the return time was double. So our return time is 2 weeks turnaround time, and when you negotiate that in your contract, if you want it, you get it within 1 day or 2 days, but then your cost is gonna increase. Right. So for this third lab, the cost was triple, and then the return time was double. So,
I'm just wondering, in the overall larger aspect of our monitoring, whether it's just labs getting to capacity, or, you've heard, like they say, the personnel, everything you have, the FT workload you analyze, of course, you would be at, closest to 100%, or probably around 110. If if people are ramping up, then it's just, you're not going to have it. I was kind of thinking, your state lab, ability to expand for 30 days or whatever, process more or something. I think this is a larger discussion that maybe needs to occur.
I have a question about your calcium. So you have a lot of calcium samples. Do you see over the time that you have it, because you said now, any real fluctuation in water bodies? Or is calcium pretty conservative?
yeah, there's some seasonal variation with calcium, and then some water bodies there's not. For us, spring, winter is going to be the lowest because of the runoff, and then during drought, low water events, the calcium is going to be the highest. So for us, we have to look at all our data to stop doing at certain sites, and if we have enough coverage, enough samples if there's any seasonal variation during the peak of calcium, which will be late summer.
A lot of those water bodies are pretty consistent year to year, though. Like you'll have one water body, you'll have fluctuations, but from year to year, they roughly have the same.
Since 2016, it's pretty consistent, unless there's an outlier, and that might be field practices here. But yeah, hands down, Wanacott Lake is always throw the lab off because sometimes it's over 300 milligrams per liter. So they'll always call saying, can you confirm this is from a water body?
Teresa, did you have? Yeah, she's got a question. You got to stay there.
Well, not so much a question, but tying in with this idea that maybe we're getting at lab capacity or trying to be thoughtful about what labs all of our samples are getting sent to. And, the Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of the Interior, also USDA Forest Service, at the federal level, trying to look or work toward a nationally coordinated early detection rapid response framework. As part of that, having some BIL, the bipartisan infrastructure law money, $8 million going into laboratory network expansion or capacity building. So hopefully that we won't bottleneck our labs by having those investments. But yeah, anyway, I think you bring up a great point at highlighting just when we're using the same labs, and then all of your critical sampling because of the Snake River detection was pushed back. So maybe there were detections there, but you would have gotten them lower. I mean, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
But what if that had been the case? Right. And so, anyway. That's your point.
Thank you, Jesse.
Still some trauma there, huh?
Yeah. Total trauma. Okay, so now we're gonna move to Kit Rourke, right? Did I say your last name correctly?
No, that's
No,
right.
say it. Tell me how you say it.
It's Rohi.
Wow, okay, Rohi with Portland State University. Okay, let me.
So to piggyback on that, you're going to see organ sampling is way lower than the the last 2 states that have gone there. And that's been for a while, but our goal over the past year has been to increase our effort a lot. And that's still our goal. We have a few-year plan to increase our effort. But in doing that, I knew the lab that we went to for villagers. And so I communicated with them and said, hey, over the next year, we want to double our samples that we send you. And then over the next 3 or 4 years, we want to like triple or even more our samples. Can you guys handle that? And Aquaticus, basically I said, we want to send you this many more samples per week. And he gave me a number that was his cap. He's like, yeah, if you guys send me 10 or 20 more samples per week, that's not a problem. But that was before this. We all send a lot of our samples to Aquaticus. So that has to be closer to their max. I mean, communication with the lab is probably good, but I can't imagine that we're not close to our cap for that lab for sure. We all use the same. So a lot of you haven't met me before in person. Some of you have. My name is Kit Rogi. I work at Portland State University. I took over the Center for Lakes and Reservoirs kind of in the middle of last season. We transitioned. We had another director for a long time, Mark Sitzma, and he had a long time technician who ran the monitoring program, Rich Miller. And part of our program, Steve Wells, who runs Aquaticus, he essentially developed his system at Portland State when he, him and Mark and Rich all worked together. So that's, so I've known him for quite a while, email back and forth about those numbers. But, so I took over last year. Before we had essentially one team of people, and we hire seasonal field workers. So when I took over last year, our sampling effort just wasn't very big, so our goal was to get some more funding and increase our effort. So with the help of QZAP grants, the Oregon Marine Board, we increased our budget by twice. We increased our sampling efforts by 2 times, and a little bit more than 2 times for some things. So our goal right now is we're hoping to get up to the levels of the surrounding states, but it's going to take us a little bit of time to get crews hired. And what we've been working on for the past few years is we'll hire seasonal crews in the summer. But like I said, we've just had 1 seasonal crew. So this last summer, we had 3 seasonal crews, but one of them was dedicated to some local sampling because the city of Portland hired us, VS and the Port of Portland hired us to do a bunch of water projects. So Center for Lakes and Reservoirs is an interesting entity essentially to run kind of the state monitoring because we're not technically a state agency. We kind of are because we're part of Portland State. So our budget comes from cobbling together a bunch of sources, similar to what it sounds like a lot of other people's monitoring is. And so how we've done that is through essentially Bureau of Reclamation, Oregon Marine Board, and WRDA or ABC waiting money over the past quite a few years. And then last year we got a QZAP grant. But we also do a couple other partnerships. One of them, I'm not sure if our numbers are kind of with yours, Jesse, for the Boundary Reservoir. So Seattle City Light contracts with us to sample the Boundary Reservoir. So we go up there 3 times a year and sample their system. We partner with Army Corps. Damien, you're on our list for that too. We send equipment to quite a few different areas, and they do sampling, and then they send it to the lab, kind of through us for Bellinger zones. So we kind of have a few different projects that we do, but our field crews will go and do some local sampling, and then kind of around the state. So this year was the first year that the Port of Portland and the Bureau of Environmental Services, the City of Portland contacted us to do a lot of local sampling. So we sampled 58 different areas, or sorry, 21 different water bodies, but within those, because a bunch of them are the Columbia and the Willamette, there's a lot of different areas along there. So a lot of our increase was locally, and in the past, we didn't have calcium sampling or regular YSI use for eDNA. So when we ramped up our effort this year, we also decided to include eDNA in some of our sites. So this is our first year doing a little bit of a pilot program, so we can have that be part of our regular sampling efforts. And a lot of our effort in the past has been physical surveys. So shoreline surveys, dock pat downs. There's a lot of those areas in the Willamette and Columbia that our techs spend a lot of time on. So we took our sampling effort and we used it at all the local sites. And there are not, honestly, a lot of what we would call high priority sites around Portland area. The calcium levels just aren't really that high. There are areas that get a lot of use, but without high calcium, the risk is just not as high. So the city wanted us to sample all these sites. They gave us a huge list, and we're like, that's probably too many sites for how, the water bodies, but so we sampled as many as we could get to with our crew, and we didn't find any zebra quagga mussels anywhere in the city area, but that would probably be still part of our regular sampling effort. So that was one of the areas where we ramped up our sampling effort. But what that helped us do is start to develop our eDNA protocols. Because it's local, it's a little bit easier to collect DNA samples. So we don't have any detections from that yet, but some of our samples are still at the lab. We use the Oregon State Genomics Lab, and so we've been working with them to set up some protocols for running our samples. They had not run eDNA samples before, but they got protocols from some other labs, so we're working together to have our protocols set for our local lab. And Army Corps, we send our samples, we send equipment and bottles to these different partners. These are the partners that we sent to this year, but we have some other ones that we sent other times. So this usually gets about 50 to 70 bottles, Bellinger bottles that are sent directly to Aquaticus from these groups. You can see they did 124 tows and 74 sample bottles. We do a lot of composite tows into our sample bottles, and so especially for the Army Corps and for our techs, if we go to kind of a smaller water body, we'll do quite a few tows around there, and then we'll composite it into the same sample. It's not a big water body, and so we'll have many tows and some composite samples. And then the boundary reservoir, we've been doing this. Center for Basin Reservoirs has been doing this for over 10 years. This is our most extensive sampling routine. We have 15 sites on the reservoir, the boundary. The Seattle City Light Group, who hired Center for Basin Reservoirs to do this, plus Mark and Steve a little bit, he used to sample this lake too, and Rich Miller, they developed this protocol. And we go up there 3 times a year. We sample 15 locations. We don't do composite tows here, just 1 tow per sample. And we end up doing lots of shoreline, lots of dock samples. They have booms near the dam that we'll do hand pads on. We have multiple locations around that reservoir. We do hand pads there. What I don't have here is a big part of our routine up there is kind of monitoring the milfoil, because they have milfoil there, so we monitor it's kind of not really spread, but it's in quite a few different places. So we do some monitoring there for milfoil, so we do a lot of rig tosses, and a lot of our time is spent doing little pat downs or dock pat downs, and the Bellinger tows tend to be pretty quick. But this is probably our most extensive routine on our water body. Each time we go, we collect 18 samples. In roughly the same locations each time, because we do some duplicates when we go to some different places, but same 15 spots every time. No detections there. To hook on to something that you were talking about with Corbicula, we saw something really interesting with Corbicula this year. In the past 3 years, the Corbicula in boundary has been increasing. On shores, we do some shovel pits, we do a bunch of petite ponar grabs, we find quite a few Corbicula.
The past 2 or 3 years, the populations seem to be increasing. We collected tons of corvicula. And this year, we didn't find one live corvicula, but many just kind of open and dead shells. So one of our techs did an analysis, and if you look at temperature, water temperature below 2 degrees over a certain amount of time, corvicula can't really survive. And last winter, met the criteria to not have them survive very well. So I'm sure we'll see the population ramp back up again. But they didn't do any drawdowns. It just crashed. And we think it crashed because of temperature, but that was just kind of an interesting kind of relationship that we've seen, because corvicula there has been increasing based on our visual and toes. Steve will see these examples quite a bit. So for what our techs at Portland State do, are kind of 2 full-time teams, plus our local team has, of course, stays local. They will have little bits. We sample all over the state, and of course, we run into a logistical problem. Is that I just told you that none of our high priority sites are in Portland, and that's where all of our techs are based. And so a lot of our high priority sites are along the border with Idaho and Washington. So our techs do a lot of driving, and that kind of eats up a lot of their hours. So we're figuring out our logistics about upping the amount of samples that they take. But we already have our schedule roughly organized for next year about visiting our reach of the snake along the Oregon border as many times as we can within our schedule. So maybe Jesse will coordinate, because ours are upstream from your samples. And, so we can coordinate when ours are going to be there, and let you know when, see when you guys are going to up your sampling in those regions too. So a lot of our high priority samples are here, and then along the Columbia. So we end up having that logistical issue that we're trying to overcome to get more samples in those areas while still being based in Portland. So we sampled with our non-local and non-Army Corps samples and non-boundary samples. We sampled 51 water bodies, and I'm going to show you a comparison between our past years in a second. 133 areas sampled. We collected, or we did 580 tows, but collected 213 sample bottles that we sent to Aquaticus. We did a lot of dock pat downs, plant breaks, shorelines. Because we're trying to get our eDNA protocols going, we collected 37 eDNA samples. Our thought this year was to collect early, because that's when the temperatures are a little bit lower. We didn't have it in our budget to collect eDNA at every one of our locations. So we collected early when maybe temperatures might be at the shoulder regions, and then late after a lot of our eastern Oregon sites are drawn down. It's harder to get a Bellinger tow. Our plan was to collect more eDNA samples later. So we only had 37 eDNA samples. And then we have roughly a 2-year calcium sampling, or 2 years to kind of see which water bodies we want to sample regularly, which is why I asked you that question, Jesse, about calcium, because we don't see a lot of fluctuation in ours, but I think the water bodies you're talking about, that's natural. We're just trying to figure out which water bodies we need to measure calcium every year, so we can't fit all of those in our budget. So over the past couple of years, our effort has been pretty small. In 2022, our effort was a little bit bigger than it had been in the past, and so we did 363 tows and had 130 bottles. This year, for our non-local sampling, you see we over doubled that, plus our local sampling. So for our Bellinger tows, we more than doubled our effort. We're hoping to increase that effort as well. We didn't necessarily double things like plant rakes and shoreline surveys and polar samples, but we didn't have any of these in our sample effort before. Crayfish traps, eDNA, calcium, YSI data points. So we are increasing our funding, helped us to increase our data collection at every site.
that will continue over the next few years as we ramp up our effort, get another team in the field, and we're able to collect more. But as you guys probably know that we didn't find any zebra or quagga mussels in any of our samples this year. Hopefully that will continue. But we also we look for a few plant species, which I didn't put on here. Zebra mussels, New Zealand mud snails and corbicula. We regularly find New Zealand mud snails, at these locations. So these aren't new locations. That's where we found them in the past. And same thing with corbicula. We regularly find corbicula in these locations that we've been finding in the past few years. We haven't really seen any difference in those populations from what we've seen. They're just, we've found them in those spots from the past few years. So we're hoping to continue increasing our efforts. Next year, our plan is to then increase by another third, and then we're working on some, hopefully, budget increases to get another team in the field so we can have 3 full-time teams and hopefully get closer to the effort that Washington and Idaho and other surrounding states are having. So that's it.
Any questions for Kit? Yes, Teresa.
Well, it's actually more of a comment that just how valuable the plankton toes have been, not just for like corbicula or trying to detect veligers, but also for native mussel reproduction. And so just a lot of this work from, or at least the way that Steve Wells is doing the analysis, we're getting data back on native mussel reproduction, which has been really helpful with some of our listing of like Western Ridge mussel or candidate consideration for Western Ridge mussel, and then some of our other native mussels. So, yeah.
I have a question on that one.
We can vote.
Is that data shareable?
Yeah.
I'm amazed at how much we all rely on Steve.
Yeah.
Is he still a one-man show or is he on staff? I think he's still a one-man show. I talk to him every once in a while because I have a question about our sample, but that could be a problem. I don't think it's not a problem now, but we rely on one person. And he does not charge us what, as we find out, other labs will charge us. And like you said, he gives us back a lot of data. He doesn't just give us a detect and non-detect.
He's got low overhead too. He lives in the woods.
Yeah. Steven, did you have a question?
Yeah, the genomics lab at Oregon State. So as you develop a relationship with them and you feel confident that they're doing the job, we always need more labs, as we're just talking about right now.
Well, they're the Oregon State Genomics Lab. Kathleen O'Malley, I mean, she's awesome.
Good.
She's been working stuff for a long time. This is not a huge switch for them. They just haven't done eDNA samples like this before. They know the protocols. They just haven't run water sample protocols that have been taken in this way before. So it's not like they're running a whole new process. They run stuff like this. And they should definitely be on the list, because after we kind of run through these first seasons of samples, I see no issues with them.
Good, good.
Other questions? Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was a hard one.
Okay, great. Steve Bolins, I see you are online. I'm gonna get your Steve Bolins.
My God.
There he is. Hold on. Hold, I've gotta get a little. Gotta get your PowerPoint up here, Steve. Unless you've been able to work some magic since we talked.
No, I haven't. I think we're gonna have to go with the plan we discussed yesterday. If you could advance the
Okay.
slide, that'd be much
Yes.
appreciated.
Yes. Okay, so just bear with me here.
They're doing it in the Washington schools.
Okay.
And can you put that on presentation mode, or is it on presentation mode? There you go. That's great. Okay, thanks so much. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes. Okay, guys.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but thanks for accommodating me remotely here. I wanted to share with you the results of our early detection monitoring in the Columbia River. This is something WSU has been doing for most of a decade now. Next slide, please. We have been focused on a series of stations in the lower mid-Columbia River where we do biweekly sampling May through October at the sites shown here. I'll show you a map here shortly. About 40 net samples at each station, 12 eDNA samples at each station, so a total of a little over 600 samples. Next slide. Here are the sites shown on a map with Vancouver, Portland to the far left, Lake Celilo on the far right. And again, we routinely sample here biweekly from May to October, as we did again this year in 2023. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to make a comment that why these sites are important. And here, this is a somewhat dated study by Steve Wells and others that was really critically important at the time in summarizing what little data there were. And I've highlighted here a couple of sites in the Columbia River where they evaluated the risk of introduction as high, the risk of establishment as medium. Next slide, please. When we work to expand the number of calcium data in particular, we worked with the water chemistry facility at WSU. Next slide. They were able to analyze a couple hundred calcium samples for us using a brand new ICP-MS. Next slide, please. And this culminated in a paper that we published a few years ago. The title really says it all here. Calcium concentrations in the lower Columbia River are generally sufficient to support invasive bivalve spread, Dreissenids and Corbicula. And it's not that conditions are optimal at all, but calcium concentrations generally are sufficient to support growth. Next slide, please. And that led us to do our following kind of a risk assessment here, where, next slide.
No results.
The risk of introduction in this region is high, a lot of boat traffic, obviously, both commercial and recreational. Next. The risk of establishment is not high, but probably in the medium range. Next, the potential economic impacts given the hydropower system, et cetera, extremely high. Next, and the potential ecological impacts also extremely high. So this is the region that we've been focusing our efforts on for most of the last decade. Next slide, please. And again, a kind of quick summary for both the plankton tows, in which we use cross-polarized light microscopy, water samples for eDNA. Want to give a shout out to the Upper Midwest Environmental Science Center. I don't know if John Amberg's online with us here, but thank you for your long-term collaboration with us on this project. Again, a total of 633 samples over the course of 2023. Next slide, please. And for the good news, zero detections in all cases. You probably would have heard about it if there was anything different. I've been making a similar presentation twice a year to this group and been presenting pretty much this same slide year after year. It was getting kind of boring. But of course, with what was observed in Idaho, we were holding our breath this fall as we finished up the final samples. The good news is zero detections once again in 2023. Next slide, please. And as to any problems or snags, really none. We've been doing this for quite a while now. Things really work quite smoothly for us, and we see no difficulties going forward. Next slide. And I just want to leave you with a thought. It's been gratifying to hear so much talk about corbicula today. My lab group has been very involved in research on the distribution, abundance, population dynamics, and feeding ecology of corbicula. There are a few references here just from the last couple of few years. I'd be happy to talk with anyone further about this if they're interested. And I think, Leah, that's the last slide. But I'm happy to take any questions that people have.
We have a question for you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So can you just expand a little bit on what your thoughts are on the risk of establishment of zebra and quag mussels in the plunges? You said medium.
Well,
can you hear that, Steve? You got that?
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
I can. If you want to go back to my slide that addresses that, the only thing in addition that I can add is that that risk assessment is based on calcium concentrations, and some of the details of that are in the manuscript that I listed there. But of course, any organism is under a whole range of environmental constraints. It's rarely just one parameter or one variable. Calcium's obviously important, but it's probably not the whole story. There are other water quality variables, there's food, there's predators, et cetera. So, perhaps that table that I presented, high, medium, low, should be, I should use quotations around those terms. Not that one, but the next, Leah, forward a few slides. Those are intentionally qualitative terms.
Is it this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Back.
So this?
No, you had it right. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
I think
there's
the question is on this, or you want to see this publication?
Yeah, just like so they are sufficient, but not like extremely sufficient.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear the question.
So there's enough calcium concentration, but it's sufficient, but not overly sufficient to support establishment.
No, it is sufficient, but not optimal. So higher calcium concentrations would almost certainly allow them to grow and reproduce at higher rates. But calcium concentrations we measured were sufficient for them to both establish and grow.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Ask me if you've seen a platypus.
Stephen wants to know if you've seen a platypus.
No platypi. Seen lots of other interesting things. Most of you probably have no idea what we're talking about, but I had the good pleasure of spending much of this autumn at Griffith University in Brisbane, Australia, at the Australian Rivers Institute on sabbatical. But lots of cool critters, not a single platypus.
Okay. All right. I guess you're off the hook for any more questions. Thanks, Steve, for joining us.
Thanks much, everybody.
Let's see. Stacy had a comment in the chat. Let's see, Stacy, are you still there? Stacy, do you want to verbalize your comment in the chat about field protocol, or do you care to unmute? She doesn't have a mic. Okay, all right. I can verbalize it real quick just so everyone can hear. So Stacy Schmidt, who's with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, said it would be interesting to compare field notes or to compare notes on field protocol, lab protocol when trying to target larger larval bivalve species like Corbicula and native mussels using plankton and microscopy for early detection. They seem to be more benthic than planktonic, and I think we get them more as accidental bycatch than targeted sampling. She does a lot of sampling, that lady. So anyway, thank you for sharing that, Stacy. Alrighty, so next we have Damien. And I know you don't have slides, right? You're just gonna chat. But I'm gonna make you stand up. So everyone can see you.
Is Andrew Huddleston on or Nick Racine?
Andrew or Nick? Let me see.
Actually, I always gotta say thank you. I should buy you a beer because I always like going after Portland State University because they do all our analysis. So you already saw most of everything I would give anyways.
So I don't see Andrew and I don't see a Nick on here.
You see an Andrew?
No Andrew, unless he goes by a different name.
Did you see a Nick?
I don't see a Nick.
Okay.
Only in
So those
the
are
only
my
in the room.
counterparts in Portland District and Seattle District. It's really an echo right here. So yeah, actually I should give a big boo to Walla Walla, that guy over there. That's good. I think we only did a couple samples. I've actually been on a reassignment. And normally I'm the one out doing the samples and my backfill was not knowledgeable or whatever. So I think, I actually don't even want to say, I think we only did 9 samples and we normally do like 40. So, ooh, to that guy. But I'm actually really glad to see what you're ramping up in Jesse because I do have a meeting with my chain of command with what's happened in Idaho. Do we need to ramp up as Walla Walla District because we are on the lower end of the state. So both the physical, checking our hydro facilities. For most folks, we have JFFs, and I don't know if you know, but basically we reduce the water flow down to below 6 CFS, which is very conducive for the villagers to settle out. That's in all our piping system from where we intake at the dam, for both adult ladders and juvenile bypass. So our systems are quite susceptible. So did basically have a meeting a while back after the event was, and for the monitoring, dusting off our vulnerability assessments and getting our OPMs, which are our project managers, each facilities, like you need to go look at these areas. You need to start physically checking these, So, so we're having a lot of internal on that because if we're probably going to see it, like I said, those are going to be the locations. So we're discussing how we're going to ramp up. Part of the reason why, that's also why I brought up the sampling, which I know I got an email back from Ashley and your group. If we do ramp up, what is kind of that cut line so we don't overload Steve. Everybody's not going to go too much into our ZQM, but it's probably going to potentially get bigger for us since the kid already went over it, and now he knows that I have to buy him a beer or something. But some of the other things for us in monitoring, we're looking at a lot more is in fly and rush. The Mid-Columbia Fly and Rush Group, basically, we're going to try to do another full-blown survey of McNary, get a really good mapping of it. Our Albany Falls project, and there's I mentioned Andrew. Basically, we're kind of getting that program back up and going up at that facility. The core actually through the research arm, which is Verdict Engineering Research Development Center, where I'm working for right now for just a couple of weeks. We have funding to do control and certain efforts in that. So it's actually stimulating a lot for us out here in the Northwest in core facilities, specifically core lands, to look at fly rush. And so we're going to try to, we actually did some bare ground survey work, which I got to say thank you to Idaho, because Jeremy went out and found some spots, some of their work, which triggered our folks to go out and look at areas that they'd never looked at before and found fly and rush. And also we've gotten 2 proposals through for kind of coming up with, I guess I'll say the efficacy and the ability to come up with spot type treatments in a flowing river system, and also using a product called AquaStrike. We've got funding for that through Verdict, so we're looking at our facilities here in the Northwest where we have flying rush to basically do some of that field study. So we'll do mesocosm work, but then also take it out and see how it applies in the field. So that's really stirred up for a lot of our projects to go out and see if we have, we're already kind of looking, but actually doing much more this next year and the out years, much more thorough monitoring to look at flying rush and then what we have it in densities, locations and stuff like that. And then any other aquatic invasive species, because these 2 research projects that will go over the next 5 years can look at any types of AIS claims. So it's not just specific to flying rush. It could be anything new. So like, the water limit at the time of folks on the Hall of Lake, those types of things. So that's the other one that probably we're going to be wrapping up and doing some more this year, but in the out years for longer. And that's pretty much it. No questions?
No question. Now, wait a second. Are there any questions? Come on, we got to ask him a question. No questions? Okay, thank you. All right. Last but not least, Heidi McMaster.
You have slides in here.
You have slides. Great. You
got my last minute thing.
You can take that, and I will go find.
I'll premise this with, I don't do the active monitoring. I met Rob in the back here is our lead on that. So if anything comes up, Rob, let me know if I can just say anything. But if you have questions on any of our specifics and our field analysis and protocols, talk to Rob about it. Getting better at this.
I know. Well, there's like a routine, and I just had to figure out the routine with Amy's help.
So our monitoring program for the Columbia River Basin has been going since about the mid-2000s. And it started right around the time that the lake feed mussel detection occurred. And our reservoirs and our scheduling is based off of some risk criteria. And I hadn't previously talked about this, but I decided to kind of throw in screenshots of the spreadsheet that I used that I created as a draft kind of guide to prioritize our reservoirs. Our scoring here is based off of a score of 100, and I took not only calcium, because that's not the only parameter, but several other criteria that I pulled from like Colorado risk assessment and several other kind of what does everybody use for their risk assessment criteria. And I kind of developed this. It's not a formal guideline. It's still considered draft in my files, but this was our general guidance. And I started putting this together for all of our reclamation facilities for everybody to input. And it hasn't been finalized, but we're getting there. So as you can see, Palisades and Roosevelt were scored the highest. So these are our quantitative side of things. And this was, I added in some qualitative things, so it's not just science, but is there, how many boat launches, do they overwinter more? Is there teeming species that could be at risk that we want to protect? So these were our qualitative side. So I, based off of all of this, I gave it like kind of a weighted score average. Again, it's not anything formalized, but it's been working pretty well for us. Based off of that, this is kind of the schedule that the lab runs. So 4 times a year, they hit Palisades and these guys here. Roosevelt is done twice a year, but at 4 locations. And some of the lower risk ones, like you can see here, are done 1 time every 3 years. We just don't have the capacity, and as you can see, we have a lot of reservoirs in our region. which is why we rely on all of our partners which is great, doing this monitoring for them. So this year, with 40 reservoirs sampled, about 63 individual sampling events were done, over 70 sampling points. Sorry, Rob, I was not going to count up how many different sampling points there were. But our Boise lab, the water quality lab, does our microscopy analysis, and our Denver lab, the Ecological Services Lab, or Eco Lab, does PCR. They recently received some additional funding through our muscle spend plan to do additional eDNA analysis. So they've been running almost all eDNA samples for us. Because of Snake River, thanks Nick, we had to amp up a little bit on our monitoring, and our Snake River samples this year were kind of low priority. They weren't analyzed by our Denver lab right away because they had some lab equipment issues. So they were like almost 3 months behind for a while on their analysis. So upon that detection, everything else got moved down the list, and all the Snake River ones were done. I can also say that like Walcott, all of our upstream and downstream results all came back negative for eDNA and for villagers. So that was a good note there. We're increasing our eDNA efforts. This is also being done, the Department of Interior wide. They're beginning to look at putting together a list of species that go through metabar coding for additional gene sequencing to do eDNA analysis. And so there is an early detection rapid response team that includes labs that are working on this. So Hillary is probably going to talk about this in more detail tomorrow with some of the department level work, but I've already started reaching out to some of our offices to what are some priorities that we would like to have for eDNA work. Is it New Zealand mud snails? Is it something new based off of HACCP training that we want to be able to identify? So those are things that we're starting to look at. What I didn't put on here, and I forgot, was we also did some crayfish surveys. So we got some BIL funding. And Rob and his team did this year set up some traps, some lessons learned on that, and we're going into the next year with hopefully some better field techniques and trapping procedures. And then our Denver lab is also doing some gene sequencing for rusty crayfish. I think there was one more crayfish species, but the potential for the crayfish to cause damage to the irrigation canals is a big issue for reclamation water delivery commissions. So we're going to be doing a lot of funding and partnershiping. We're trying to figure out more effective means or ways of streamlining our funding processes. I don't know, it's the government, you never know. One can only dream, but that
That's about it. It's a dream.
I know. Like I sit and I'm like, how can we make this better? And somebody screws it up. But anyway,
The board doesn't have that problem.
Gloria.
So anyway, that's part of the, with our reclamation IPM lead position vacant right now. We're kind of in a flux and we're rotating between our regional folks. I was detailing, now our Missouri Basin guy, Jacob, is detailing into that position. So if anybody that knows Jolene Trujillo, she's in a position with Fish and Wildlife Service. Thanks, Teresa. And that is all I've got. Rob, did you have anything you would like to add, or is that good?
It's good, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Heidi.
Are there any questions though for Heidi? Oh, we got it.
This isn't just for you, Heidi, but for everybody. Has anyone looked into doing risk analyses or like predictions, like for not just sea breadfrog mussels, but multi-species? that, I mean, Oregon's planning on doing this year. I just wanted to know if anyone else had started it.
I would say we're in very early stages of trying to scope that out, but it's a matter of capacity to go beyond 3 sentence, but we'd like to be able to look at, but again, very early stages, but ideally we'd like to be able to build something more broadly, so. We can talk. Sure.
I think Reclamation eventually is gonna start doing that as we are finally gearing up to do the HACCP training more aggressively with Fish and Wildlife. So our regions and offices can start determining where those risks, what are potential things so that we can, like, hey, maybe we should start looking at this more heavily. So I think that's our first step.
Great. Then I have another question too, that it just shows my ignorance, which is, has anyone gone and looked at all there's a bunch of different risk analyses, or not analyses, but like, how risky is this reservoir based on calcium content? Has anyone looked at places plug and zebra mussels have invaded and seen which analysis actually is best in predicting that?
No, but
That's
I
a
was actually
really good
just,
question.
I was curious about machine learning to like analyze how you would like, take your known infestations from whenever, from this date and then how it expanded and then apply some kind of machine. I can't do that, by the way. But then like apply some kind of methodology like that would then predict through current day and then what your future might look like. I think that'd be a really interesting study for somebody to take on.
Yeah, that sounds like a good national project.
It sounds like a really good master's project.
Maybe someone's done it already.
No, I would say you want to base it on like multiple criteria, right? So you would want distance from other infested waters, you would want environmental parameters, and then probably some social parameters like number of boat ramps, surface acres.
Yeah. That's some of the qualitative things that I put in others and those types of things.
Yeah, and just
you know,
let a computer
how
run
many-
at it and say.
How
maybe
many
there's something
fishing
surprising.
tournaments or things are coming in, what does the recreation look like? Yeah.
Even how many introductions do you need before you have establishment?
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
Yeah.
There's some papers from the Midwest.
I've seen like gravity models that kind of like try to demonstrate like transportation pathways, but.
Yes.
But I've never seen somebody ground truth to see like.
Thank you, Heidi.
How bright that is.
Is this working? It is. Yep. Once I get you shared up. Okay. What am I doing?
All right, we have like 10 minutes before our next speaker, so I will do this fairly quickly. Basically, the news I have is that we have half a map. We put out a data call and we've gotten about 8 of our usual 20 plus respondents have sent in data so far. So the pink is 2023, the green is 2022. So this sort of shows you generally how many outstanding data sets we're still looking for at this point, or expecting to have come in. This is not yet up on the regional mapping site because it is not complete, but if you have gotten emails from me asking for your data, you do actually have the link to this back end one. What's new for our monitoring data call and quite popular so far is you're not asking you to put it into our template. We have decided to ditch that request. It was adding a lot of extra time for folks, sort of a barrier to sending in data. And really, we've been harvesting sort of fewer data fields in order to put this map together because of the variety of data that people collect. I will say I've never gotten so many sites that don't have any platforms associated with them before, because usually you folks have winnowed those out. Anyway, apparently people are collecting data without location. Sometimes, if I have enough time, I'll just like pick the center of the location. If it's like a water body that's obviously in like a lake or something, I can just center it. But yeah, that's collect some location data. I'm assuming those are partners working with us. Anyway, like I said, that
current map is not yet up, but it does include sort of the searchable data set, which is, can be fairly useful for folks. I also haven't gone in and made sure that the Flathead Lake data set does not duplicate the other information that Montana has sent me. So there may be, it may look like Montana's doing a lot, but I think that may be because I have some duplicates on there so far. So Stephen left some time here to have a brief regional discussion about funding needs, types of monitoring. I think those two tie together. A lot of folks are looking at expanding to eDNA or adding that extra monitoring in, and the lab capacity costs become an issue. So we have a very small amount of time before our next speaker, if that's something folks want to talk about.
So I want to ask a question of the states, let's start with Montana. Compared to last year, are you going to increase the amount of monitoring you're doing for tricidus?
Thank you, Stephen. That's a good one.
Yes.
By how much? 100,000, 200,000?
30,000. Oh,
Okay.
and through contracts, I think we're in contract.
And you have enough money for, so the current Corps of Engineer agreement we have with the monitoring agencies or the APC WID goes to June 30th. Do you have enough money through June 30th?
Yes.
Same question for Washington.
No, we don't have enough money June 30th, 2024.
Okay, so we're gonna have to amend. We do that? The 35
Yes.
million, yes.
Okay, I guess.
Stephen, if we're down to lots of money, I have
Hey, Stephen. This is Steve Collins from WSU. Quick response, if I may. As you and I discussed earlier in the year, our funding was for the 2023 field season only. So to start the field season in 2024 on May 1st, as we would normally do, we're going to need some small additional supplemental funds for those first couple months of the field season next year.
Okay. Portland State, how are you doing on match? Are you gonna have any extra match in the next 6 months? So you can get more core money?
We weirdly don't know the answer to that yet.
Okay.
Because apparently Bureau of Rec and QZAP don't like to fund the city agencies.
Yeah.
So we got QZAP funds, our Bureau of Rec funds are up this year for renewal. We may not get those because of that dual funding. So if that's the case, then yes, we will need to find that. But our budget is not going to change from last year because we're not ramping up equipment the way we did last year.
Nick?
Oh, yeah.
Are you gonna need more money? Before June 30th? No. Okay.
No, yeah, we set that up as an 18-month, so.
So I'll get an announcement out, for modified work plans and budgets.
Yep.
And hopefully, I think that'll be done pretty quickly. That's pretty easy.
He distracted me. Yes.
Good, all right, that's all.
You just need to tell them how much so they can hold you.
Yeah, we can amend it. We can amend the agreement for increases if there's money there.
Yeah. Good, all right, we'll need to get started on that then, if we want to have something up by March 1st. Anything.
Yeah.
60 days, 6 months.
Probably should have started 2 years ago.
Oh, Jesus.
Should have started in September. Say how much you want, just double it.
Okay, that's all I had.
Is there, this is my random question, is there any cost savings in our shared water sampling areas? I mean, like there are parts of Columbia and this thing that's heavily sampled by things,
A lot of water.
and all gets sent to me. Possibly.
There's cost savings by government organizations.
I know.
Really?
There may be management implications and all sorts of things there too.
No, but you bring up a good point. I mean, if Jesse's crew's already there instead of kits and, or whatever.
But I thought we could never
gives
do
him
enough
extra money
sampling.
to do more.
Right now, Jesse and us, we kind of complement each other because they do a lot of the reach right after we do. The question would be, are we sampling Idaho's?
Maybe it's
Well, Idaho's not gonna be sampling in Washington State.
Right.
So, but with multiple partners sampling the same water body, like with Tamara sampling Roosevelt, multiple players are in Roosevelt, is still greatly needed because these plankton toes are a drop in the bucket for filtering water. And so what we just need to do is just make sure we're on the same page as far as coordination, communication, and quality monitoring. So it's apples to apples, where we want, as soon as you sample the water body, then it can be infested right when you leave. So we just want to make sure that we're on the same page and efficiently monitoring that water body, where if we only are going to be in there 4 times an entire year, then the camera's in there 4 other times. We just want to make sure we're not showing up at the same day at the same time. We want to spread it out as best as possible.
No, I guess I was bringing up the aspect of if it costs your person, I guess I thought you were getting that, was that if this person drives from Portland State University, and it costs $100 to get there, it costs them $20 for your person to get there. You know, it'd be better to put more, and so you grab more samples. We put more into you than into him, because it's cheaper for your folks to get there, get more bang for your buck. I guess I thought that's what you were doing.
Yeah, where are their cost savings or timing considerations?
Yeah, timing is valid.
So with our new bonding agreement will start July 1st, we'll put language in there, so if there's shared waters duplication, that those universities and states are talking to each other, so that we get an idea of, we're sampling here too, why don't you move 5 miles upstream?
Or what dates, like just.
Dates, right.
If he's there August 1st, why should I be there August 1st? If he's there August 3rd, maybe I do August 10th, you do August 1st.
So it sounds like a
time space.
Monitoring meeting is needed.
That's what I was just gonna say. I'm like, is there a need for a coordination meeting? Like for real in the interim, or do you guys already have a mechanism to appropriately talk with more than one another? Okay, maybe that's a. Well, I think that's Robin maybe.
Or Robin, I'm sorry, Robin.
Tim and I can put together. Yeah, I think we should have, we should reach out and see if we can put together a call on shared water.
We know our schedule, Jesse, that's a good point. We definitely don't want to cut down our sample, just not get it the same day.
All right, we're good.
Okay, awesome. All right.
Monitoring, can you make sure we're on our hatcheries are on the list? Thanks.
Okay, so next we have another remote speaker. So we have John Amberg, who's with the U.S. Geological Survey here, and I have to do a little handiwork on my end here. John, welcome.
Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you. My little panic is that we're able to see your presentation. So hold on, we're just gonna.
Right.
Stop. Okay, okay, make presenter. Oh, thank God, it's gonna work.
And then I think we'll pop this out to the screen so they can see it better up there.
Okay.
Let's see if it worked.
Oh,
that made it worse. Hold on.
Now we have to do the opposite, John, because you're the remote presenter, we have to negotiate the projector stuff here, so.
Oh, okay.
Yours is coming, actually, but you are in present mode not present, the notes mode.
Let me go to display settings and see if I can.
Swap presenter view and slideshow. There we go.
You good now?
Big enough to see?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
All right. And John, I don't think I said, so John is with the U.S. Geological Survey, and he is part of the large team of folks within the Department of Interior that are working on the National EDR framework. So I will give it to you there from John to expand on that, but welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Leah. Again, my name's John Amberg. Currently I'm the acting center director for the Upper Midwest Environmental Sciences Center, but in my other job, I run an invasive species research program here that's focused in on early detection and rapid response of aquatic invaders. Again, at the Upper Midwest Sciences Center, which is a long ways away from the Columbia River Basin. In fact, I'm over in La Crosse, Wisconsin, right on the Mississippi. So what I want to talk about today is the eDNA toolbox. Provide you guys kind of a little bit of an overview of this tool as we're in the development, as well as hopefully you guys will see some opportunities here for you guys in its use. So um, the eDNA toolbox, as it's called, is part of the large early detection and rapid response framework that is part of a large DOI collaborative. And that includes things like horizon scan and hotspot analysis, so understanding what species potentially could be coming into areas and what areas are they likely going to end up in, to looking at molecular detections at ports of entry or points of entry. So using potentially a handheld device to be able to quickly screen um, shipments that are coming into the United States to try to minimize or prevent the introduction. There's the resource manager's toolbox. There's the genetic repository. So if there's tissues that need to be obtained, so that you could get genetic information, so you could create markers. You have that. There's a large surveillance network that's just in its infancy, that's starting to evaluate all in research and development, and then a couple of other um, decision support tools for resource managers called Inhabit and Siren. And in this year, we're starting to really get into kind of some of the hotspot analysis and early detection work, as well as putting forth a molecular lab network, which creates a standardized laboratory network so you could choose a lab and you are confident with the results that you're going to get. So again, a lot of this is kind of focused in on the early detection part of this, not so much on the rapid response. There is another portion of this that's the rapid response, and that's rapid response fund. But what I'm focused in on is the early detection, and that's centered around environmental DNA. So what we see is some of the resource managers like yourselves, you may have some needs or concerns for species that is on your radar that you're wanting to monitor for. And that could be coming from, the National Horizon Scan, which Wes Larson or Wes Daniels is leading. It could come from local horizon scans, or even just something that is in your neighboring state and you want to try to detect it in your state. So setting that up and really figuring out whether or not you want to use eDNA as your tool for monitoring. There are some benefits to the use of eDNA. My definition of eDNA, so that everyone understands kind of what the base level is, or my approach is, it's really just detecting DNA in non-biological sources. And it's really simple, and that's where the beauty lies. All you have to do is go out, collect a water sample where the organism is residing. The organism is sloughing off cells. You can see in that middle picture there with the fish, that large piece of poo that's coming out of it is just filled with all kinds of DNA. And so you can detect it. Now, one of the challenges that you run into is that there are other sources that DNA could be transported through, like birds that eat the small fish. But really, it in a lot of ways can serve as kind of a smoke detector. So that's one of the beauties of eDNA. It doesn't take a whole lot to sample. You can turn around samples relatively quickly, and you can use it as a tool to screen a large area. Um, so the thought process with the eDNA toolbox in the development of it is really you know, as a resource manager, you're concerned about a species. So you want to know whether or not eDNA is going to be really useful for you for detecting this species. And if you think that it might be useful, how do you actually use eDNA to detect it? And so, what are those components that are really important for a monitoring program using eDNA? And that includes those are things like communications, the best practices. And when I say best practices, is how you're collecting the sample out in the field to the way that those samples are actually run in the lab, so that when you're provided results, you're confident in the data that you have, that it's going to be accurate and it's going to be the best quality data that you have. You also want to make sure that you have confidence in your assay. There's a large number of folks that just go out there, they design a marker, and then they go collect a water sample and analyze that water sample for a species. And just because they design that marker for a gene for that species that is in GenBank, doesn't necessarily mean that it's a very robust marker. So making sure that there's a really solid validation process that goes into those assays. So again, you're confident in in the data that you're getting. And really what we're wanting to try to do is establish some place where those resources are there for you to help you navigate through all of this process. So again, this is the project's vision. It's kind of two phases. One is in the blue box, the other one's kind of in the yellowish brown box. So what's in that circle is ultimately going to be the eDNA toolbox. So it's up to you guys to develop and establish that question and what species you would want to survey. But you could use that toolbox to determine whether or not eDNA is going to be useful for it. Initiate, if it is going to be useful, then you can initiate those communication strategies, work with partners, and really start to move towards that survey. As long as you know that there's markers for those species, and that's the second phase of the eDNA toolbox, which we're just starting now, and that is developing a marker database for all of the species that are out there. So again, where we're sitting at right now with phase one is, in fact, what I have to do right now, by the end of this week, I'll be reviewing the photos that are going to be used on the toolbox, the website. And once I give the okay for that, then it'll actually should be going public. So hopefully it'll be going public very soon. There'll be a little bit more review that'll take place within some of the partnerships, but again, really soon that phase one portion of the website will be available, and then continuing to work on the marker section of it. So this is generally kind of what the eDNA toolbox is going to look like. So you would do a search, you end up with coming into the resource manager's eDNA toolbox, and you'll end up with a general website. This is a USGS requires us to use Drupal, so it's a really long page, but it'll give you, when you enter into it, you'll see these little blue letters. So why use eDNA? So this is this is on that landing page. So when you first come in, getting a little bit of an overview. So I always use the analogy of an onion. So if you want to get deeper into the onion, you can peel it, and you can get deeper in. If you just really want to be on the surface and understand a little bit about what is eDNA, those types of things, you could just stay on that surface. But on certain words where you need a definition, you can hover over. You can use your pointer and hover over the word. This isn't a live page, so it doesn't pop up. But the definition of the word would come up. But again, it goes from why use eDNA all the way down to why do we choose mitochondrial DNA for for a marker. It also will go through all of the different processes, the different methods that are used, whether it's LAMP, using next generation sequencing or high throughput sequencing, or point of use and qPCR. So another portion of it is the eDNA best practices. Again, this is where you'd be able to access various things that would include a communication plan. How do you establish a communication plan with your partners to ensure that there's clear lines of communication and what's going to be done pre and post analysis. The study design, how do you design a study? How do you conduct a pilot study? To what are the criteria for a validation of an assay? How do you collect samples? What actually goes on in the lab? And then last but not least is data analysis and interpretation. So you can, again, peeling into that onion, and you can get further and further into it if you want. One of the things that I like to note on this too is you see communication on multiple times, and that's because really when you're working with eDNA, it's one of the things that you really want to make sure that you do well is communicate with your partners and there's a good communication between the laboratory conducting the work and the jurisdictional authority and the group that's doing the analysis. So there's no surprises. We don't like surprises. Again, there'll be a whole nother section on communications. You can get into the weeds on that one as well. A couple of little flow charts, but really the flow of eDNA results, or as they come in, how do you actually process them? Who's being told when and where, to what actually is a detection. So when someone's going to say what's a positive detection, there's it's clearly defined. And then really what's the workflow? So again, starting to get at what are you going to do if there is a positive detection? This is kind of an example of what the eDNA flow results would look like. You're really running in from the USGS lab to going from the lab technician to the PI to the center or the laboratory manager, all the way up through USGS's headquarters and the point of contact, while also communicating with the jurisdictional authority, and then kind of moving through those processes, including potential media releases. Some of the things that definitely need to be considered in within eDNA is how you initiate the communication. This is USGS wouldn't be the one who would be saying, hey, we're going to be analyzing for this. I mean, we may, but we'd be working with the state and making sure that it's something that is wanted to be analyzed. And then last but not least is really what's the plans if you detect? Always making sure that there's a plan that is there, and that requires you to actually define what a positive detection is. In some places, some folks will say they want two positives, two PCR positives. Other places they want to go back out and resample and get a second positive detection from the same location. So again, what actions you're going to want to take, or in some cases, some folks just they won't use eDNA to do any actions, but instead use it as a smoke detector to kind of help point the direction of where you might want to go. And then we're now going into phase 2, which is really the markers section. This is really, you can see because it's the verbiage down here is all gibberish. It's not French or Latin. This is right now in its infancy, but this is generally will look very similar to it. But one of the things that's going to be different is you'll be able to go in and access the individual species. If you want, if it has markers for it, if it has a marker for qPCR, a lamp, or something else, it'll include that. It'll also include what it's been validated against, what its limit of detection is, and what its limit of quantification, as well as the laboratory that had developed the assay, so that you could reach out to the experts and connect with them. If there is no marker, there should be links that will direct you to access the genetic information. And if genetic information is not available through GenBanker or one of the other databases, it'll link you to the genetic repository so that you can get the tissue so that you can actually obtain genetic information. Again, really, the whole point of this is to really kind of help you guys with moving forward with eDNA assays for early detection by creating, a one-stop shop for you to get everything that is associated with kind of an eDNA monitoring program. And as I say, we're referring to it as the eDNA toolbox. And with that, I will answer any questions because I think it's at the very top of the hour right now.
Question for John. I have a question.
Yeah.
So John, do you view the toolbox as being like once it goes live, and it sounds like it might go live in stages, right? Or pieces of the toolbox, right?
Yep.
Is it meant to be like a dynamic tool? Do you see it being changed or improved upon once it goes live? Meaning, like,
Yeah,
you're gonna
that's
take.
actually one of the things that I was I got vetoed on this, but I wanted to put a suggestion box on it. But people are like, you don't want a suggestion box on a website. But really what I want to do is get it out there. And if there's things that could be improved on it that folks want, let me know, and we'll include them if we can. So I do anticipate it. I want it to grow and be useful. I mean, ultimately, that's really what it's there for. So.
Right. Okay. Wait, Teresa has a question. Go ahead, Teresa.
Yeah, John, thanks again for this. Just double checking with the different species and then the various, assays or primers for like LAMP or, eDNA. Is that going to try to be as inclusive as possible, like with other labs like USDA, the Forest Service, also university partners? I mean, that's the goal.
That's ultimately the goal is really a one-stop shop for you to be able to access all the markers and to the level of validation that they have. So so that you're confident. So what you don't want to do is have some random guy go out in his garage and design a marker and say, hey, I got the best marker in the world. There's got to be some QA QC that goes into it, and so you'll be able to see what that QA QC is for those markers. But it should include. We're starting off with USGS and Fish and Wildlife Service to start with, but we'll be expanding.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Another question?
Hi, John. Stephen Phillips. How are you?
Yep.
We're going to go back a few slides.
All right.
He's doing it. I think he wants you to go back to what looks like your slide 15, maybe? The flow chart of internal, external there? Yeah.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
And I'll step up here so that I can point. So I'm looking at where the client gets informed about this.
Yep.
Which is, there's a lot of boxes between when you get it and then it goes through some, it goes through your different leadership.
Yep.
So do you have plans on, for example, if it was the state of Idaho and you got a positive eDNA detection, you would tell them right up front with their senior leadership before going through all those steps?
Yeah, so you would, So one of the things that you gotta take into consideration is those yellow boxes where it goes like USGS lab, USGS lab PI to the science center. That's probably within the first 30 minutes of a positive detection.
Okay, good.
So this is not this is not like days or weeks. So it would be moved up, and if it is really highly, if it were, let's say the Snake River in Twin Falls, what we'd end up doing is reaching out to our headquarters to give them a heads up that we're going to be reporting that there's a positive. That all will happen within that same day, and then letting the client know, okay, here we make sure just to make sure that your the data is sound, and that there's if there's resources that could be provided to help navigate that next phase of actually having a positive detection, making sure that those wheels are starting to move.
Right, and it's the same question we've been asking for the last month, so but I don't know if this group had heard it. We just want to make sure that, and you're doing it, that sample users are included. Yeah. Same old song and dance from us.
Yep. No. It's making sure that what we don't want to do is have the lab personnel get a positive, like it shows up as a positive detection, and then they reach out to the client and say, hey, I got a positive detection, when no QA/QC, the standards haven't been looked at, and you realize that it's really not a positive detection. It's just sometimes qPCR kind of floats up a little bit, and you got you have a new tech that read it wrong. So
good. Yep. Chain of command. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's
But
it.
again, I argue try to get that information to the client as fast as you could possibly get it. So.
Okay.
And so
Thank
far,
you
it
so
seems
much
like
for
it works pretty
joining
well
us.
with Stephen Bullens, since our lab does all of his analysis. So.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks, John. We appreciate you joining us from Wisconsin.
No problem.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna stop screening or stop sharing.
Yep, thank you. Okay, we are on a break right now. We'll take about 15 minutes and rejoin here to have a few more presentations for the end of the day.
I thought you were going like that too. I was ready to go. Yes.
Wait. Mute. Mike, right there. Just click. the people can't hear you online, so I'm sorry you missed Justin's lovely introduction. But, oh, and now your presentation's gone. Okay.
All right, Kat.
Yada, green crap.
Yeah.
Which you were right here, right?
Yes.
Okay, but wait. We're getting there. I am
So when it comes to invasive species, the state of Washington looks at exponentially expanding invasive species and new invasive species introductions as an emergency, and we respond to it as such. So when we're thinking about European green crab that's expanding exponentially, or we're thinking about quagga mussels entering our waters, there's an expectation in our state laws that we will respond to this using the incident command system, using the same techniques and protocols that are used internationally for managing any type of emergency. This is one, and it's very clear in the governor's direction. So just want to quickly give you a rundown of the time period. Yes, this is not a new species to the state of Washington, but it's a rapidly expanding. And it seems like in terms of the invasion curve, there was a lag period, and now changing ocean conditions and other things may have caused an exponential spread. So while European green crab have been in the state of Washington since the late 90s, up until the early 2000s, we actually didn't see them spreading and we didn't see the numbers growing exponentially. But that leads us into 2012, where there was a detection, and it's the green box, where they were first found in the Sook Inlet in British Columbia. So yes.
Sorry, Justin. A question on how you, and even Nick too, with Idaho, how have you been able to get the ear and support of your governor's office? In Oregon, we really struggle with this in Oregon, and it's a real issue.
That's a great point that Captain.
Sorry to like,
you have
emergency proclamation, and just, how were you able to get that support?
That's
without going crazy.
Sure. So, and the captain, feel free to jump in because you probably helped write this. But in our state laws, for our Department of Agriculture, there's specific authorities for that Director of Agriculture around invasive pests of an agricultural sense to go to our governor to request assistance. Around forest health diseases, our lead state agency, the Department of Natural Resources, has similar authorities. If it's not something the Department of Agriculture is managing, but it's a forest health concern, they can request forest health emergency measures. And the Department of Fish and Wildlife is the lead state agency for aquatic animals. If there is an imminent threat to our resources, our director must go to the governor to request emergency.
So you've got some regulatory language, and perhaps that's our route. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. And so, yeah, thanks, keep asking questions like that. Which leads me to this 2012 detection that seemed to show that conditions were changing. We then partnered with Washington Sea Grant and delegated authority for them to lead a monitoring program statewide using citizen science. And that was in 2015. So those little boxes were sites that they created based off of a risk assessment. The following year, we then made the first detections in 2016 in San Juan Islands at Bill Bay. So we then realized we were significant and increased risk. The following year after that, we then saw detections in McCall Bay as well as Dungeness Spit, that are the blue boxes. So as we were doing early detection monitoring, we started to find that the European green crab was spreading and the numbers were increasing. We were able to get some initial funding from our legislature to increase our efforts to better understand what was happening, which culminated in 2019, a detection in the Lummi Nation seed pond, which is kind of the ideal conditions for rearing European green crab, which could have been the perfect staging ground for continued invasion into the overall Shale Sea and Puget Sound, which then led to an increased exponential catch in 2020, which led to the Macaw Nation as well as the Lummi Nation declaring an emergency, and in that specifically requesting that the Department of Fish and Wildlife follow their emergency measures authorities, which led to us requesting assistance from Governor Inslee, which led to Governor Inslee contacting our state Office of Financial Management and Legislature, which led to funding, as well as governor's order summarized here. So I think that's all to say that, invasive species can be new, but also conditions can change and they might find, something that they really like and then they grow exponentially, such as the invasion curve. So what did that mean? What does this mean? And it's kind of an interesting question. The governor of Idaho declares an emergency. Everyone falls in line, all the agencies, and they do something amazing. And that's similar here. And I think that from our perspective, having that direction from the governor and organizing all jurisdictions behind that is really effective. And that's true in what Governor Inslee did for mobilizing European green crab emergency response. So this becomes pretty complicated. This is a really complex emergency and it's over a very large geographic area. And this is where I think this is really helpful to be thinking about the future, about bog mussels. How would we approach kind of like area command, really complex jurisdictions? And what we did here is we actually split up into different branches. So there's kind of different levels of infestation, different players, different needs, different scale in terms of the invasion curve of how many crabs are present, kind of different tactics that they're using. So created different branches, organized into management areas so that we can better understand and communicate across all those jurisdictions. And we're using the same language. Love or hate incident command system, but you establish a common nomenclature and everyone uses it. So we're all on the same page, which is really nice. So kind of just emphasizing that we can't do this alone. Yes, the Department of Fish and Wildlife is the lead state agency, but our authority doesn't extend to tribal nations. It doesn't include federal lands. So we need to work in partnership. And so thinking about jurisdictions, their different management priorities, the different types of management types, whether they're well established or just showing up or not present, and then you're looking for them. Thinking about resource capabilities, sensitive species, aquaculture operations, and the way that the green crab larvae could be moved, for example, through human activities, really shows you that it takes a whole community approach. And we often say it takes a village or it takes, an army. The using incident command system, there's a very good philosophy called whole community that FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, has created. And we're actively using that nomenclature and using that philosophy in terms of engaging people. That's engaging tribes early and often. That's working with all the different partners and creating clear communications and then maintaining that throughout the incident. What does that look like? So when it comes to the incident management system, we can have one box. Captain Anderson, if you'd come up on a wreck on your drive here, you would have had one box. It would have been the incident commander and the public information officer, right? And it's scalable and it's flexible. And I think that's where we need to not get hung up too much in all the boxes. But we got a lot of boxes. And so to respect all jurisdictions, to communicate and coordinate across this really complex geography and use common languages, we have fully embraced an incident command system. And I would say that I'm honored to talk about this because I've been designated the incident commander by our director of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm ultimately responsible for this big task. But with all the great people working together, it's really like one of the best things I've done in my career. So wanted to point out that we have all the things of incident management system, such as incident commander, liaison working with different jurisdictions between our multi-agency coordination group. We've got 22 different organizations represented on that, from federal agencies, tribal nations, the military department, as well as academic institutions, really any organization with legal jurisdiction or resources. We want to bring everybody to the table and try to solve these questions and these problems together. Much like this group, but imagine if we had everyone in all jurisdictions together and we said, how do we solve this problem? It's really amazing to see the fruits of that. Engaging tribes, we've done that very well. We're doing it often. We work through our tribal affairs director to hold about quarterly calls, to have separate conversations specifically with tribal nations. And then all the things that come with it in terms of planning, logistics, a lot of that is actually filled by our staff. Like as a department, we have fiscal people, we have planners, and we're able to capture all of that information without having someone specifically designated to support our emergency, right? That's where I think we need to be a little loose in our thinking about the boxes. So with the emergency management system, really kind of one of the key components is developing objectives that are shared for the emergency. And all organizations should be consulted in development of this, and then this should be our guiding, kind of our compass toward how we're gonna achieve the objective. So with this, facilitating the governor's emergency, ensuring health and safety, that's been a big piece, and for each organization, determine a safety point of contact, and where there's a near miss or an incident, we communicate that so that we can share those lessons with others. And then the big thing is reducing populations below harmful thresholds. That's a $100 million question, right? That's research that's ongoing, where it's, we don't have that answer, but we're working toward that. And then using the incident command system to be collaborative and transparent in emergency management. And then the big thing that I want to talk about is that post-emergency transition to long-term management by local entities with the Department of Fish and Wildlife oversight. And I think as we think about quagga and zebra mussels, like at some point if they're ever established in our waters and we can eradicate them, like what does that post-emergency look like? We just can't be in emergency for 20, 50, 100 years, right? That's not effective. So when we can't be fully successful in eliminating something, how do we develop that approach for the long term? And we don't have all the answers, but we're getting there. So what have we done to date? We've convened an incident command system and multi-agency coordination group. That group meets monthly. In fact, I won't be here tomorrow morning because we're leading one. We are working with tribal co-managers and having policy level discussions regularly. We're working with shellfish aquaculture on preventing the spread and the risks of movement. So we've looked at some of their movement permits, changed their practices so that they're not actually spreading the larvae or the adults through their operations. And then a big thing is managing agreements and contracts. We can't do this alone, and we're actually paying others to help us. So what does this look like? We've stepped up in a big way. We've developed an organic waste program that I'll talk about more later. And then we've developed trapping and support for many different organizations that you see listed here. Beyond that, this is initial state funding, and I'll show a breakdown in a moment, but we can't fund all this work ourselves. And so we've been very aggressive about federal appropriations and working with our congressional delegation to try to get more European green crab funding at a landscape scale. Summarized here fully, some things are actually included in the proposed Senate budget for next year. The number one thing is $2 million increase in the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs for their existing invasive species grant program. Really excited about that. We also have $800,000 proposed for the U.S. Geological Survey for additional research. We can't do all this research ourselves. We need to answer some hard questions and need support from others. And then we have funded the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at 2 refuges to manage European green crab using our state funds, but we can't do that forever. We did that as kind of a startup, and thank you. And we will hopefully be transitioning those funds over to that organization for the long term. So there's $300,000 in there. And that's a similar tactic for some of our state agencies as well. So next steps are continuing field operations, holding technical meetings, but the big thing is we're developing a 5-year management plan. That's really kind of like the core thing over the next year, where we're working with all the organizations that have some stake in this to determine what their plans are and then what their aspirations are. So there's the money that we have and the support we have, and then there's also what we know we should be doing if we could, control everything. So it's a balance of documenting that so that we can create this tool to guide our resources as well as leverage additional outside funds in whatever form they can be. And that 5-year management plan is ongoing. Would love to share that. It's a balance, like I said, of what the plans are, what the aspirations are, and then also what is the scientific information. So there's what the science and literature says, and that might be very rigid. There may be some discrepancies between what folks are actually planning and what their political will is. And so it's kind of an interesting balance to combine those 3 aspects, but I'm really excited to share that in the near future. So for anyone that knows Dr. Brian Turner, he's our research scientist. He's kind of taking the lead on this. It's been a really mammoth effort to engage each organization in a meaningful way. And the first draft just recently came out. So if you haven't seen it, you'll see it soon. We're working with the organizations that contributed to it initially. We'll then be meeting with tribal nations specifically, and then it'll be shared water. So I think the big thing around this, and this is where I feel like the state of Idaho set a really high bar, are really great communications around emergencies. And we've developed some really great resources in the past few years, signage, stickers, but we'd really suggest that everybody take a look at our European Green Crab Hub. We're very proud of this, and it's a one-stop shop for the public and our partners to access information that's up to the moment on tracking information, on resources. But if you actually are contributing to the tracking efforts, you can log in and get more detailed information as well. So really great hub, and I think would be a great model for others in their invasive species management. So thinking about funding, so with the funding we've received, we have $12.7 million for this biennium. And when I say we can't do this alone, I think that's reflected in the budget as well. So you can see the Department of Fish and Wildlife is a very small portion of the pie. The majority of the funds are actually being passed through to tribes and other partners to help them take management actions in partnership with us. So I know we're all very proud of the new Rapid Response Fund, but I'd say we created one back in 2020. And I think it's shown here. So you can see the breakdown, funding tribal nations. We partnered with the Washington Recreation and Conservation Office to create an interagency agreement fund. And those are actually agreements going to a lot of organizations to support our efforts, including Washington Sea Grant, Washington State University to do research, and the Department of Ecology, among others. But through this process with the Recreation and Conservation Office, we've actually created a hybrid grant process to identify the needs from all organizations so that we can direct our resources there for short-term needs. So for research, for management, for operations, buying equipment, it's all these things I feel like would be very valuable for all of us to think about as we think about bog and mussels and other things. And that is ongoing. So we are adapting as well, where we realize we need to partner with other organizations like conservation districts who are best positioned for that long-term local management. We're putting effort behind that and trying to define what it means to fill that specific role, like a local lead entity for green crab management. Like we need to create that framework and that long-term plan for the future, considering that this will probably be a forever project. And then again, we will have that hybrid grant process with the Recreation and Conservation Office starting very soon to allocate $1.4 million to partners. And I mentioned that like the Fish and Wildlife Service, they're seeking their own funding now. Our State Department of Natural Resources is doing the same thing. So we've given them $400,000 for the last few years. They actually are going to our legislature seeking additional supplemental funding to fully support their program and the need ongoing forever, which makes it so that we can take that $400,000 and use that to fill another gap that exists. So I think it's been really successful, and we're seeing that in the numbers. We have a lot of information that's not shown here. We're working on data sharing agreements. There's data sovereignty issues, but I've looked at some of the catch per unit effort information, and as we take more data over more years, we'll be able to tell a better narrative of success. But signs are positive, and I think we're seeing overall effort paying off in terms of tapering off the exponential growth of the crabs and not spreading to new areas in the state of Sea Grant specifically. So more to come. And I think I'm right on time, Leah.
You nailed it. How about one question for Justin? I don't know who put their hand up first.
Tamara.
So you guys are working with several tribes, obviously it's along the coast. And I was just wondering, how has that process worked well? And did you guys work through MOAs, MOUs? How did you get buy-in from all the tribes to do this work? And what was the mechanism of agreement that you used?
Yeah, that's a great question. Some things were before my time, so I probably can't fully summarize them. But for a number of years, like the co-managers have been working to raise awareness and understand the impacts of green crab. I think a lot of that was informal when there wasn't necessarily funding. It was much like this, bringing people together, trying to get coordination of activities. When funding was provided to the state. That was given through interagency agreements with the tribal nations that were partnering with us. So for early detection monitoring, for management, and we would develop those work plans together, and then we would fund that through that agreement essentially. And through my time, so as a department, we have a really great tribal engagement policy now, and we have a tribal director, Jim Woods. And so consistently, we're working together to figure out, what's the right time to bring the tribes back together, to have additional conversations. When we decided that we were going to proceed with a 5-year management plan to guide our efforts and where we're going to put our resources, before we had any other conversations, we did a tribal engagement meeting to collect that feedback and get that engagement from the start. So I would say that early and often is kind of our mantra, and around quagga and zebra mussels, while this meeting was poor timing to our tribal engagement meeting, we are scoping out a tribal engagement meeting around quagga and mussels specifically with Columbia River tribes in early January. So we'll look forward to that, and we really would want feedback on like what are the needs, and then what are the specific requests of the state. Like, are there funding needs, are there support needs, agreement needs? Yeah, look forward to it, Ken.
We're going to go to our next presenter. So thank you so much, Justin. So Tammy Davis, are you out there? I know you're out there. I see you in the list. I've made you presenter if you want to go ahead and share your screen. So Tammy Davis is joining us from Alaska, Game and Fish, and they have been working on preparing for European green crab moving up the coast. And she's going to share some ongoing work there. I can see your screen, Tammy. We're getting closer. I just can't, I don't hear. Oh, I can hear you now.
Hello. So are you seeing the slide, the entry slide or the note slide?
The note slide.
I need your help.
Okay, so at the top of your screen where it says display setting, the black, do that. Yep, you got it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You may proceed.
Possibly the biggest hurdle of the day. I hope everyone can hear me. Nice to hear all your voices out there, and I want to thank Justin and the state of Washington Fish and Wildlife Agency for teeing up this presentation, but more importantly for all the work that they've done that we've been able to kind of ride their coattails. They've been very generous in their information sharing and including us in some of their research and discussions on early detection and so forth. So just a really, really great partnership, and big thanks to them. Okay, so I am not going to talk about green crab as a species. I'm not going to go into any of the details that Justin did. I am going to talk about the first and thus far only European green crab rapid response exercise and an update of the Alaska European green crab early detection and rapid response plan. So a brief overview here. Kind of the motivation for the update of the plan and the drill, a little background, project development, rapid response exercise, and then some next steps. Here's a little video to show you what motivated us. So Alaska was watching, in the early 2000s, Alaska was watching European green crab kind of march up the west coast into BC, along BC, making their way ever closer to the Alaska border. As you can see there, in 2022, green crab were detected in Metlakatla Indian community, which is part of the sovereign nation Ononnet Islands Reserve. Oops. All right. So just so you know, I guess I want to note that the process for updating the plan and the drill, hosting a drill, was well underway prior to green crab detection. So in the fall of 2020, Kachemak Bay National Estuary and Research Reserve, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and the Maritime Refuge, which is kind of housed there in Homer. We had met to discuss the need for an update of the European Green Crab Management Plan. And that same year, Justin Bush, as the executive director of the Washington Invasive Species Council, presented at our Alaska Invasive Species Partnership annual meeting. And he shared a video of the Lake Roosevelt invasive mussel rapid response drill. After which time, the Partnership Marine Committee got really excited and said, oh, if we're going to update the plan, we should also host a drill. And so we got to work, and in spring of 2021, that same group of partners prepared a proposal for funding, prevention funding from the Fish and Wildlife Service. We put everything we could possibly think of in that proposal. Unfortunately, the dollar amount was too large and we were not funded. So we tried again in early 2022. We modified what our expectations were. We reduced the budget of the proposal. Again, we were not funded. So later in 2022, we again modified our proposal. Thankfully, this time we were funded, and then we were off to the races. I also want to acknowledge that Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission did provide additional funding for some of the items we wanted to accomplish that were not funded in the grant award. So as with any management plan or plan development, we had monthly meetings. Fish and Wildlife Service hired two esteemed invasive species experts, Leah Elwell and Lisa Debercare. We all know and love them. And so they were well poised to help us navigate updating our plan, as well as planning for and pulling off our exercise. So the exercise occurred in August of this year. And as I mentioned, funding, proposal, everything was in place prior to detection of green crab. So although green crab were found in southern Southeast Alaska, hundreds of miles away from Homer, Alaska in South Central, we hosted our drill in South Central. Homer is where the Kachemak Bay National Estuary and Research Reserve is located. They have had a strong, consistent, well-supported community-based early detection monitoring network, and they support numerous monitors in their area. They've got a wonderful facility. They do great outreach. So, and they were really happy to host this group. So it's also a beautiful place to visit. So for the plan, day one, we basically walked through early detection and rapid response plan. We walked through incident command system, sort of incident ICS light. And because this was new, it was a new methodology for many of the partners who were involved in this, we kind of looked at ICS from different lenses and how it could be applied based on who the partners engaged in a rapid response drill were, based on where green crab were detected, and so forth. We also looked at this from the, all hands on deck. So Alaska, while it's a large state, it's sparsely populated, and we will need everybody involved. So we, all the partners kind of pitched in to discuss what their skill sets were, what resources they had available, and their capacity that they could contribute. And then we also talked about needs. You know, what are the equipment needs? What are the boats? You know, who has boats? Who has 3 people that they can lend to this type of project? So it was a basically a workshop walkthrough of the plan. The next day we went out into the field, and as you can see, it was a beautiful day, fall day in Alaska. It wasn't raining, so that was a perk, but it was pretty windy. The Kachemak Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, KB NER staff kind of walked us through the protocol for early detection, because although a drill would involve 100 traps, they didn't have the capacity to set 100 traps, so there were enough traps for 4 groups to go out and sort of see what it would look like to set traps. Many of the people involved in this drill are not already involved in early detection, and so they don't necessarily know those protocols. Okay, and then on day 3, we rejoined inside, and we hosted a mock press conference. We kind of reviewed the EDRR plan again after having time to think about implementing a rapid response. You know, some of our partners, green crab and invasive species, were kind of a new thing. They were great partners. Their engagement kind of raised our awareness about ways that we can improve our outreach. It was wonderful, and people really loved having the hands-on experience. There was a lot of excitement about stronger collaboration to respond to green crab. So after the exercise, the Alaska Invasive Species Partnership European Green Crab Subcommittee became even more tuned into what we need to do to implement the EDRR plan, and how we can hopefully prevent massive spread from the Tamgis Harbor population. We identified that we need to increase outreach to industry, including shellfish growers and seaweed farmers. We've identified new partners that we need to kind of improve and strengthen the relationships, especially in remote locations in Southeast Alaska. We need to provide training and support them in their early detection efforts. We have 3 rapid response kits that were created as part of the first European Green Crab Management Plan. So we need to restock those, and we need to get more response kits out into other communities. Part of the management plan update and the response drill was a video. And so we need to get that video out so that we can raise awareness about European green crab statewide. So the other thing that we have identified is that we need to standardize our protocols for early detection, and then add some new pieces. Most of us are pretty close to using a similar protocol. There are some minor but important differences. Same goes for our data collection and reporting. As we all know, standardizing protocols means that we can trust that the detection work that's happening in one area is the same as another. In the spring of 24, we will be hosting a second workshop with our Southeast early detection monitors. We hosted one in 2023 and we'll revisit that. We also have plans for at least 2 different full-blown rapid response drills. One we're hoping we can do in Tamgas Harbor with actual green crabs so that we can test the feasibility of the rapid response plan, but working with green crab. So by doing a drill in Tamgas, we sort of get 2 for 1. We can help remove the crabs that are present there, and also have, exercise the drill, and so get experience, and find out how effective our plan is. If we put 100 traps into a bay the size of Tamgas Harbor, are we putting a dent in the population there? So lots of things to do for 2024. Great to have new partnerships going into the new year. I want to thank and acknowledge Lisa and Leah again. Without them, this project would not have been nearly as effective as it was. It was a really great experience, and everyone has been saying that. Likewise, I want to thank Stephen and Pacific States. And then my co-workers and colleagues at Fish and Game, Ketchmack Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, Metlakatla Indian Community, NOAA, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then Martin Media was our videographer. So with that, I will end, and if anybody has questions, I'm happy to questions at the time.
Does anybody have a question for Tammy? Okay, no questions for you, Tammy. We really appreciate you joining us from Alaska today to share this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
There are cookies in the back of the room.
Yeah, cookies.
Go eat the cookies. Don't talk, but go get a cookie. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, while that's getting pulled up, really pleased to be giving an update on the Vessel Incidental Discharge Act. It's extremely complicated. There's a lot of knowledgeable people in the room, and certainly, if folks want to weigh in, would appreciate any assistance at where I might trip up. But really wanted to introduce y'all to Dr. Amanda Newsom. Go ahead and say hi, Amanda. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Amanda Newsom. I'm working with the Ballast Water and Biofouling Program, or the E section, at Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife for about 7 years now. And I'm now the biologist for our Ballast Water and Biofouling section, or the Vessel Incidental Discharges Act section. And I'm here, primarily to support Justin today, but I can answer any questions. I've been working closely with Alan and then with Justin on our response to the Federal Vessel Incidental Discharges Act, specifically as regards our concerns about ballast water and biofouling. I can answer questions today about our technical concerns with, or Washington State's technical concerns, and the regional and national coordination that's been going on to respond to the most recent supplemental notice from the EPA, and some requests for information from the U.S. Coast Guard. And I can also answer any questions about our daily operations. I act as the operations manager for the Ballast Water and Biofouling program.
So we'd love to have more time on a future meeting agenda to talk a little bit more about what this unit does. But there's 6 individuals that work on this, and it's really, really exciting work, and I feel like it's under highlighted. So just wanted to appreciate this a little bit, share about what we do. So ballast water management, as well as biofouling home management. Outreach, education, and then integration is a big piece. So one of the things that Amanda and I have been working on is revisiting our website, revisiting our fact sheets, doing in-reach within the department to figure out all the touch points for shellfish health, for seaweed cultivation, and start getting the word out about the important protective work that we're doing. How did boggham mussels get to the United States? Anybody? Marine marlin? Ballast water in the Great Lakes? Yeah. How did green crab get to the United States? Ballast water, right? So I think as we think about truly becoming a culture of prevention and aquatic invasive species, we need to be thinking more about ballast water and biofouling. And then integrating this information into our plans and procedures. So thinking about our state marine spatial plan, for example, integrating all of this into all those other planning exercises. So wanted to provide a thanks for the invitation to give an update on the Vessel Incidental Discharge Act, formerly known as part of the Frank Logiando Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2018. It's informally known as the Vessel Incidental Discharge Act, and this is where the argument begins. Our federal counterparts say VITA, the states tend to say VITA. So if we can't agree on the acronym, I think you're in for a fight, right? So as part of this, back in 2018, this established a new section of the Clean Water Act to set standards across the whole United States for how vessels will deal with incidental discharges, both focused on pollution as well as marine life. Amanda, feel free to jump in.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If you want, yeah. So with that, so the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is adopting regulations, setting those national standards, and then the U.S. Coast Guard will then do rulemaking to implement those standards. And so we're at the point, we're going to show you the timeline of where we're at. And at this point, the U.S. EPA is in the final stages of doing rulemaking, which at that point, once it's completed, then the U.S. Coast Guard will do their portion. Took someone else's slide, sorry about that. So don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but this is something that's been going since 2018. It's likely you'll hear updates on this until 2026 and potentially beyond. But at this point, we're really here to focus on the fall 2023 supplemental notice of rulemaking, which is ongoing now and in the final stages of being wrapped up. So prior to the supplemental rulemaking, we were part of a multi-state process including California, Hawaii, Michigan, Ohio, Minnesota, Oregon, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin. And we wanted to clearly communicate our expectations for meaningful engagement in the rulemaking process. And so we were part of a multi-organizational letter, clearly communicating our expectations. We had specifically requested a comment period of at least 60 days, realizing that we're on the holidays and federal closure. We specifically requested meetings between EPA staff and states, both before and then during the comment period. They would argue that they met that. We would argue that they did not. They had 2 listening sessions and they were Zoom webinars. So not necessarily two-way dialogue in some ways. And then we specifically requested the EPA provide clear and meaningful responses to the concern raised by states during the consultation. And then following the closure of the comment period that they would respond to those comments as well. So pretty clear, we would say very reasonable. So on October 18th, the EPA published a notice of supplemental rulemaking. This basically will be the final stage of creating the EPA rulemaking that will trigger the U.S. Coast Guard's rulemaking. They will not start their formal process until this is completed. But I do have a slide on that showing some of the things they're doing ahead of this and some of those engagements with states that are actually really positive and should be good food for thought. So EPA did 2 public meetings. Washington is part of that state dialogue, and we're working with multiple states to voice our concerns. The deadline is December 18th, and we will be signing on to a letter along with the state of California and others. So we'll be summarizing some of those concerns, but it's not fully finalized, and we can get that final letter to Lee and Stephen, and they can send it when it's done.
There's been a real push for joint state letters and joint Pacific Territories letters. In particular, the Pacific states all work together, but Hawaii, for example, is typically with the Pacific states. They're now signing on to a letter that's very similar to the Pacific states with the Pacific territories, because both the Pacific states and the Pacific territories do not feel that the EPA is engaged properly with indigenous communities, particularly Native Hawaiian communities and outlying territories. So, yeah, that's there. And there's also been a real push for the Great Lakes states to also have their own letter as well.
So over 20-page letter summarized in bullets. I don't want to get into the weeds because the final letter isn't complete, and we'll share that when it's done. But essentially, EPA has failed to adequately analyze best available technology to set the minimum standards. They set the standards, but based on the information that they provided, they actually could be lower. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. The position of the state of Washington, the Pacific states, and the state of Hawaii has been that, and also the state of Wisconsin now has their own letter, but multiple state authorities now are agreed that EPA in particular has been working from an organism concentration standard in ballast, for ballast water that is already established as part of the B2P and as part of the original letter of VEDA. The supplemental notice was a large part of the supplemental notice was that the EPA responded to, oh, you guys want to see the data that we're using to set this organism concentration standard? Well, here you go. And it was very clear from those data that they worked from this existing standard to the data, not from the data to the standard. The data actually support the standards that came out of their own analysis are lower organism, or say 6 organisms per per 6 organisms per liter. The existing standard is 10 organisms per liter. And the conclusion was there's no reason to set the standard any lower. Now, okay, we can have that conversation about whether it's worth it to change the standard based on the data, but that is not an accurate statement. Our position is that the EPA has not made an accurate statement in that case. That the accurate statement is that the data say 6 organisms per liter should be the standard, not 10.
So there's a lot to it. The other thing is that in the existing 2013 Vessel General Permit, which is active until this rulemaking is completed and there's new permits, that there are best practices that have been in place for many, many years. They're removing those, saying that they're not practicable. And they've been doing it for many years. So we're very confused by that, baffled. And by removing that, we're essentially less stringent than in 2013, which is like fully missing the intent of this legislation. They're attempting to regulate biofouling as part of this, and we would argue that's outside of the intent of what Congress had wanted. And then that the U.S., this is around the chemicals, but around chemical contamination and in-water cleaning, that it fails to protect U.S. waters. So we've got some very serious concerns that we'll be voicing in the near future. I think, honestly, I wanted to contrast this a little bit with what the U.S. Coast Guard is doing. So they won't start their formal rulemaking until EPA is finished, but they actually have 2 years, but they've actually done a really great process. So we're thinking about points of contact and thinking about eDNA communications and things like that. What the Coast Guard did is they actually requested principal points of contact from every governor. And that governor, in our case, because our authorities are split, they're appointed 2 different people to speak on behalf of that state. And so I think that's a really easy thing to do when we're thinking about miscommunications and lines of communication, but writing that up and just putting it on governor's letterhead, there's no confusion that when we're speaking about this, that we should be speaking about this with that entity. And then the other thing is, while they don't have to engage states now because they aren't doing their rulemaking, they're scheduling quarterly state engagement meetings. And they're open dialogue, you can unmute, you can use the chat, you can raise your hand, it's very open and two-way. In fact, when we have been talking about data management needs, the state of California has a very great existing database that's kind of like what we would wish Oregon and Washington both had. And what they did is they actually scheduled a special meeting with the state of California, inviting all the US Coast Guard people and all the other states to share the screen of California and have them walk us through their system. They asked questions about improvements and things that they were thinking about. And so in terms of meaningful dialogue and really trying to work together toward a common goal, the US Coast Guard is doing a really fantastic job. And just really wanted to kind of compare that to the EPA and some of our concerns. So we had 10 minutes and would love to share that letter once it comes out and would love more time in the future, but that's our update on VITA or VITA, Human Delivery.
Technically, they're both incorrect because the vessel incidental discharge is actually VITA. I never say it that way.
Question as I get the PowerPoint changed.
Next meeting, Josh, you can lead it.
Okay. So we have two more presentations and everybody's just coming from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to talk. No, it's great. You guys,
Welcome to the WDFW show.
you guys have some great information to share. Okay, so we have a co-presentation between Jesse and Lena, and they're gonna talk about a little cross collaboration. Now, hold on just a moment. Gotta get to this, share my screen. Go back to here.
Thanks. So Lena and I are very aware of what time it is, and to end the day, 3 Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife presentations in a row. So after our presentation, Chuck Lee is going to go. He's going to talk about an amazing subject. He's going to give an update about northern pike.
No.
What we've been talking about, Justin and I have been talking about, and even Alan Poyce, our former AIS manager, is we were really excited about, we found whack in our unit. And what was that? It was a full-time employee for decontamination procedures. As we thought about what do we need, and we thought of this grand scheme, and it worked out. It's like, well, of course, the whole thing is funding. We have to always get funding. We always want to hire so many people on all this stuff, but the funding was a limiting resource. But then we actually got the dedicated funding, and we got to hire this position, which Lena is going to talk further about. To give a brief background about Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, we have over 2,000 full-time employees, FTEs. That's permanent staff. And we all know once summer hits, our field season could be April to November. Then we hire a ton of scientific technicians that could be non-permanent, project, or seasonal, and then that number goes up to, I don't know, if we ballpark it, let's say about 3,000 people in Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And a lot of those people are working in the field, so how can we get everybody on the same page? We'll try to explain. But you see, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, it actually was, Stephen Craig remembers this, Eric, 1994, Department of Fisheries and Department of Fisheries merged. The legislature forced that to become one power agency, which is now Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And within that, you see all these different programs, and this is kind of what I've always known as the programs, but compared to all the other government entities, they might be called something else, bureaus. You can see within, we got fish, wildlife, habitat, of course, birds and enforcement, our capital assessment. This is our maintenance team, crew. They're great program, acronym camp. And in the director's office, we've got all our other support staff and communications. Aquatic species unit within Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Historically, it's always been what we've always preached is enforcement and the fish program, AIS, within the check stations, monitoring, and then other programs, projects coming, such as green crab and all that. But within Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, we're realizing there is a huge amount of work that is being spent on by a lot of different units and programs on aquatic invasive species. Our hatcheries are a huge one, and they are reaching out to us, which is amazing. Our hatcheries and camp have been contacting us, the aquatic invasive species unit, saying, hey, we want to do the right thing. We need to know what the right thing is, and we need more resources, hot water pressure washers, whatever. It all started with hatcheries. In 2014, the New Zealand mussels got detected in re-wolves in the Hanford Creek, one of the last re-wolf stretches of the Columbia River. And then we came up with a purge protocol because when they outplanting fish means when those fish are taken off-site. So if they have some rainbow trout at the hatchery and then they put them in Joe Smith Lake over here, all those fish have to go through a purge protocol, so it gets rid of New Zealand musk snails, because we all know that New Zealand musk snails could possibly pass through and survive. But going back to another unit called Inland Fish, with all our scientific collection permits, we work very heavily with them to review all those scientific collection permits that anybody in Washington is doing in waterworks for monitoring or research. They have to have a scientific collection permit. And then that's a great way we implement our decontamination protocols. This, because of a little thing in St. River, Idaho, this is becoming a very big, important task for us, where there's a private aquaculture facility in Idaho, a transport permit, fish transport permit. They want to transport live fish into Washington. How are we going to, we need to get up to speed on that process. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife does with our fish health. Because historically, it was fish health was just some diseases. They would conduct some tests, and no problem, approved. But now, let's say if there's a farm within a couple hundred meters from the Snake River in Twin Falls, Idaho, how do we approach that? So we're going through that right now. So we'll probably have conversations about that. So, anyways, that's a very fascinating subject and very important. Yeah, so go back to scientific collection permits. We just have a wildlife board of the same, but just a different one for amphibians, such as frogs, African clawed frogs. Habitat. So Habitat is really coming with us, which is great because we were in invasive amphibians. We're under aquatic invasive species, but there's only so much we can handle. Luckily, Habitat took that on, so now they're looking at support aquatic invasive amphibians. Again, camp, this is becoming by social media. I'm very naive to social media. I don't have any social media, so I'm naive to it. But the importance of it, so now we have our own European green crab outreach specialist, which moving forward with zebras and quagga mussels, we're going to have to request our own zebra quagga mussel outreach education specialist to get in front of all the social media, which could be very problematic with false information. This right here is just very important. So that was the brief background, and then now I'm going to hand it over to Elena, and she'll finish this up.
Yeah, so some of you guys may or may not recognize my name from about a year or so ago, because I used to be the decontamination biologist before I moved into my current position. So a lot of this is stuff I worked on in 2022. So internally within WDFW, we, policy and procedures 5310, created our internal strategy for dealing with invasive species. These were approved in February 2011, and these provide direction for preventing invasive species spread through normal WDFW actions. And it also established the Invasive Species Management Committee. Following that, our Invasive Species Management Protocols, or ISMP, were created, first in July 2011, then updated in 2012, and then in 2016. And throughout these periods of time, there was no dedicated funding for these protocols at all, not at least until October of 2021, when there was dedicated funding for decontamination biologists, which happened to be me. And so then my number one job was then to update the invasive species, the ISMP, into version 4. This was finalized in September of 2022. included input from actually more than just 5 programs across 3 different state agencies, but also I included already existent protocols and procedures from all sorts of federal agencies and private sector and other folks. They used the best available science, so some of the procedures were updated based off of recent publications that were published after 2016, and include major changes in the heavy equipment, stream restoration guidelines, and diving equipment section. These were all blank in the 2016 version, but now they have guidelines. She made this slide, I did not. So, I will not deny, though, I was too good. Funny little thing happened in 2022. There was an emergency proclamation about green crab, and eventually, I actually started out within the AS unit as a green crab technician, became a decon biologist, and then green crab pulled me back. So I became the field operations biologist, where I oversee I oversee our agency's management actions and execution of them. And so the decontamination biologist position since then has been vacant, though interviews have been ongoing. The second round is happening right now, yeah. And so we hope that they start February 1st in the new year at the latest. And this position should then pick up where I essentially left off. So the next steps for the decon biologist program or job is to then certify all WDFW staff in invasive species management protocols, essentially. I had met with our training staff within WDFW, and we discussed creating online and in-person trainings for folks. So at least all WDFW staff can take an online portion that covers general AIS information, as well as an overview of the protocols, and with the potential to make it region specific, so that staff who are based over like in Eastern Washington, like Spokane or Atchison County, don't need to like learn a lot about green crab, because they're nowhere near marine waters. And then the in-person trainings would then cover the actual physical mechanics of decontamination, like when you need to do it, how do you need to do it, how do you use the equipment involved with that. And the idea was once WDFW staff, once our own agency was up to speed with these trainings and protocols, that we would be able to make that training available to those outside of the agency. So perhaps prioritizing other state agencies so that state actions do not spread invasive species. And then, expanding to perhaps city or counties or tribal entities, whoever, wanted that training. And alongside that, we need to develop and implement hatchery inspections, kind of following the guidelines that already are being developed or have been developed by whiskey. And so following those best management practices and coordinate with our own state hatchery staff. And part of that is inspecting I think we have 77 hatcheries, 72, we have over 70 hatcheries in general. And this can also coincide with some of the training, so if the decon bio visits a hatchery to do an inspection, they should also be able to hold an in-person training for decontamination with those staff. And then potential methods for, hatchery inspections would be like visual surveys, pick nets, artificial substrates, and taking DNA samples. There was also thought about the decon biologists visiting all of WDFW's water access areas as well that we manage, to also take some of these, do some of these survey methods to also assess, to get some baseline data for invasive species across the state in general. So, if you have any questions, please ask Jesse.
Any questions?
Great. Piranha?
No, those are goldfish I collected out of a stormwater retention pond. Somebody released them because they thought that a pond should have fish. Except that pond just happened to be connected to a salmon stream, so.
That was our last chemical treatment. Sodium chloride.
Thanks, you guys. Good work. Okay, this is the last presentation, and the owl is taking on a life of its own. Okay. Somehow it got reset, but it might change here. All right, we have our last speaker is joining us remotely. It's Charles Lee. Let's see, I need to make you, or Chuck, sorry. Let's make presenter. And Chuck's going to be talking with us about northern pike management in the Pacific Northwest. So let's see, hopefully you can see. Did you get the prompt there, Chuck?
Oh yeah. Yes. Let's see if I can do this here. Tab to share. Let's go to a window here and go to that one.
That's a really nice sunset behind you.
Thanks. All right.
Great.
Can we see my slide now?
Yep, see your slide perfect, and we can hear you quite well. So welcome.
All right.
Thank you.
Good. Had to mess around with the audio in this room. I'm in a conference room, and I thought it might echo if it was coming through the ceiling, so I didn't want to hear myself talk too much. So, yeah, thanks for having me here today. I'm with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I manage our northern pike suppression and monitoring activities. Today, I'm going to be providing an update on the collaborative northern pike management activities in eastern Washington. So the current suppression and monitoring activities, there's 4 locations where current suppression and monitoring activities are being conducted in eastern Washington. Those locations are highlighted in red in the upper northeast corner of the state of Washington there. Efforts in Box Canyon and Boundary Reservoirs on the Pend Oreille River are headed up by the Kalispel Tribe of Indians with support from WDFW. Those efforts consist of annual gill net suppression and standardized monitoring surveys referred to as SPIN or Spring Pike Index netting. The efforts have been ongoing since 2010 in Box Canyon Reservoir and since 2016 in Boundary Reservoir. The extensive suppression efforts have resulted in substantial reductions in northern pike CPUE, and they are currently meeting established management goals. Suppression and monitoring at Lake Roosevelt are a collaborative effort of the Lake Roosevelt co-managers, consisting of the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation, the Spokane Tribe of Indians, and the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Monitoring at Lake Roosevelt's been ongoing since 2015, and suppression was implemented in 2017. Suppression efforts at Lake Roosevelt are conducted by WDFW, or at Lake Spokane, excuse me, conducted by WDFW, and have been ongoing since 2020. I'm going to provide updates on the last 2 on the efforts at Lake Roosevelt and Lake Spokane today. So in 2023, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife conducted northern pike suppression and gill netting at Lake Roosevelt from April through June. We set a total of 614 nets in the upper half of Lake Roosevelt and removed a total of 171 northern pike. In the center is a map of our net distribution and northern pike catch per net. The X's on the map represent nets with no pike, and the colored circles represent nets with pike from 1 to 5 pike per net, depending on the color and the size of those circles. The bigger the circle, the more pike were caught in each one of those nets. Our CPUE for suppression netting was 0.28 northern pike per net, and proportion positive catch was 0.2, or 20% of our nets had at least 1 northern pike in them. Since 2019, we have set a total of 2,618 nets, suppression nets that is, and removed over 1,700 pike. So northern pike suppression at Lake Roosevelt is a collaborative effort of the Lake Roosevelt co-managers, which I listed previously. Additionally, there are many agencies that come out to assist with an all-hands survey that is coordinated by the Colville Confederated Tribes. This is a 1 to 2 week suppression effort that gives other agencies a chance to come out and assist with the work of northern pike suppression. All of those gill net efforts are represented on this graph. This is a graph of CPUE, GillNet CPUE for all agencies from 2017 through 2023. It illustrates an annual decrease in CPUE from a peak of 3.08 Northern Pike per net observed in 2017 to the 0.23 Northern Pike per net observed in 2023. A total of 2,831 nets were set in Lake Roosevelt in 2023, and 574 Northern Pike were removed. Since 2015, a total just over 19,000 Northern Pike have been removed from Northern Pike using a variety of techniques. The majority of those, approximately 14,000, were removed via GillNet. In addition to the suppression activities, the Lake Roosevelt co-managers coordinate to implement a reservoir-wide Northern Pike monitoring survey every fall during the first 2 weeks of November. A standardized survey utilizing a grid sampling design has been implemented since 2019 to evaluate abundance, identify changes in distribution, evaluate the efficacy of suppression actions, and to help guide further suppression efforts. The map here illustrates the Northern Pike catch per net during the 2023 fall survey. We set 300 total nets, 200 in the upper reservoir and 100 in the lower reservoir, and captured 63 Northern Pike. Reservoir-wide CPUE during that survey was 0.21 Northern Pike per net, and proportion positive catch was 0.15, or 15% of our nets had at least one Northern Pike in them. Mean total length of Northern Pike during the 2023 survey was 600 millimeters. The length frequency distribution shown in the lower right-hand corner of your screen indicates that the catch was primarily comprised of H0 and H1 fish, which are your first two kind of peaks, and with a small proportion of H2 and H3 fish. Since 2019, we haven't captured a fish greater than 3 years of age. The graph on the left side of the slide illustrates Northern Pike CPUE during our monitoring surveys from 2019 through 2023. The blue bars represent CPUE in the upper reservoir. You can see the upper half is on the map. There's a line at the 1080 river kilometer. From the 1080 line north is considered the upper reservoir, and from the dam up to the 1080 line is considered the lower portion of the reservoir. So the blue bars represent the CPUE in the upper reservoir, the orange bars in the lower reservoir, and the gray bars represent reservoir-wide CPUE. This graph again depicts the substantial decreases in CPUE annually for both the upper reservoir and the reservoir-wide bars. Upper reservoir decreased from a peak of 2.97 in 2019 and decreased to 0.26 in 2023, while reservoir-wide CPUE decreased from 1.26 to 0.21 pike per net. We also see that in the lower reservoir that we showed an annual decrease from 2019 through 2021. However, in 2022, we had a little bump in CPUE in the lower reservoir. Utilizing this monitoring survey, we directed more attention towards suppression efforts in that lower reservoir in the areas where we saw that increase in abundance. And in 2023, we saw a decrease from 0.24 in 2022 to 0.11 Northern Pike per net. That shows the value of the monitoring survey for management purposes. In addition to the suppression and monitoring efforts at Lake Roosevelt, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife initiated suppression efforts at Lake Spokane in 2020. Lake Spokane is a 25-mile-long reservoir impounded by Long Lake on the Spokane River just upstream of Lake Roosevelt. GillNet suppression efforts have been conducted in the early spring, primarily in the upper half of the reservoir, where the majority of Northern Pike habitat exists. Those surveys were conducted from March through June since 2020. The graph on the upper left illustrates how gillnet CPUE has decreased annually from a high of 1.13 northern pike per net in 2020 to 0.02 northern pike per net in 2023. In 2023, we set 535 nets, and we only captured 11 northern pike. The map in the middle here depicts our net sets from March. There were about 250 nets set in March, and 281 it looks like nets set in March, and this comprises all of the northern pike that we captured throughout the year. Additional sampling conducted April through June did not yield any northern pike. Since 2020, we've set a total of 1,918 nets. Those included spin nets and some larger mesh gill nets, and removed a total of 1,087 northern pike. In 2023, we also conducted some limited gill netting upstream of Lake Roosevelt in 9 Mile Reservoir. We set a total of 12 nets and removed 16 northern pike. You can see those sets were down on the right side of the map where you see the yellow and the red dots. Those fish were relatively large fish with a size range between 26 and 42 inches. Our CPUE during that sampling effort was 1.33 northern pike per net. Again, that was a limited sampling effort just to kind of evaluate that suspected population. We have plans to further evaluate in 2024. So one of the things we've learned from the efforts in the Pend Oreille River, Lakes Roosevelt, and Lake Spokane is that early detection and rapid response are really the keys to getting the upper hand on northern pike invasions and minimizing their impacts on native and important fisheries. WDFW initiated eDNA sampling for northern pike in 2019. The program has increased efforts in recent years, and in 2023, a total of 780 samples were collected from 220 sites at 56 different water bodies across the state. Good news from that sampling is that the 2023 sampling yielded no new detections. Recognizing the need for an interagency plan to deal with the threat of northern pike invasions in Washington state, WDFW contracted with Four Peaks Environmental to develop a statewide action plan to minimize the probability of further northern pike invasions and the negative impacts on native and important fisheries. The State of Washington Interagency Northern Pike Rapid Response Plan was completed in June of 2023. The plan focuses on 3 main aspects: prevention and early detection, rapid response, and extended response activities. This plan establishes the framework for collaborative action to reduce the potential for northern pike invasion, timelines and guidance for rapid response that minimizes the negative impacts of northern pike, and proposes potential management direction for established infestations. Just want to take a second to acknowledge all of our partners on the northern pike suppression monitoring programs, including specifically our tribal partners that we work collaboratively with on Lake Roosevelt and on the Pend Oreille. So want to make sure we acknowledge all of the other partners and their partners as well. The success that we're seeing would not be possible without the collaborative efforts of all involved. I would be open to any questions.
We've got a question. Go ahead, Tamara.
Hi, Chuck. It's Tamara. Hey, I just was wondering, is the state doing eDNA sampling for pike in the Spokane Arm, or is it just upstream of Roosevelt in Long Lake and 9 Mile?
Jesse's in the room there, and he really knows more about the sampling and the eDNA sampling than I do. I'm kind of the on the ground, lead the fish operations. So Jesse might be able to answer that a little bit better than I could.
I answered it, Chuck. We are.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we got a question.
Could you just talk a little bit about site selection for the suppression efforts? Like, are you targeting different habitats or different, like, where, or just talk a little bit more about your site selection for the suppression work?
Sure. So we identified northern pike habitat as based on slope and depth in Lake Roosevelt. So we've created a map that identifies all of the area with a 25% or less slope and is less than 200 or is less than 50 feet deep. So within those areas, we utilize that to draw our GERTS sites, and based on those GERTS selections, we've also utilized those same areas for northern pike suppression. So generally, it's areas that are relatively shallow, have a pretty gentle slope. If we get too deep, we start getting into a lot more bycatch of other species that we don't necessarily want to catch. In particular, we get into a lot of burbot, we get into some sturgeon, we get into more walleye, and that just takes up a little bit more of our time when we're trying to clear those nets. So really the idea is to try to limit the amount of bycatch and maximize the amount of northern pike.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the furthest downstream area where you detected northern pike?
So in some of the earlier years, there was a northern pike that was captured down at Swalwilla Basin, which is, I think it's the first bend. It's near the dam. I think it's like 15 kilometers up from the dam. It's not very far. It was a relatively large fish, and it was a pretty isolated incident. Just talking with the Confederated Tribes of the Colville Reservation just this week, saw that they did collect a fish in the sandpoil, and I believe there's been one caught in the sandpoil prior to that. So that's pretty far downstream. They're very limited. We don't generally find a ton of them. There's been a pretty substantial amount of effort that's been put in, at least into the sandpoil area, to try to identify any pike. And during our monitoring surveys, we haven't caught one further down than just below the confluence with the Spokane River.
Okay, thanks.
We did see that blurb in 2022 where we saw an increase in CPUE, and that was below Gifford or more than halfway down the reservoir in the lower reservoir. It's still the majority of those fish were captured between the confluence of the Spokane River and Gifford. But this last year, there was the suppression efforts that were directed a little bit further downstream as far as Hawk Creek or the big bend in the L of the reservoir. There were some fish caught down in that area and quite a few fish that were removed during suppression efforts.
Hey Chuck, Justin Bush. I asked that question a slightly different way. Approximately what's the distance from that northern pike detection furthest downstream to the anatomist portion of the Columbia River? I know like Chief Joseph is a block, and then the other
So
dam
610 river kilometer 610, I believe, is the dam. So just upstream from there is that's just Grand Coulee Dam is just upstream from the from Chief Joe, right? There's one reservoir in between, Rufus Woods Reservoir. So I don't believe we've collected any or captured any fish in Rufus Woods. The Colville Confederated Tribes have did some quite a bit of sampling in that section. So I would have to defer to them as far as what they found. My understanding is they didn't capture any fish down there.
Holly just added to the chat that Rufus Woods is 51 miles, so 61 miles is the distance, is what she said. Okay, any other comments? Okay, thank you so much for joining us remotely, Chuck. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me. Happy holidays, everybody.
Okay, we have arrived at the, what is it called? Public comment portion of the meeting.
It's open.
It is open. Does anybody have any comments that they would like to make publicly pertaining to invasive species, naturally?
It's closed.
Okay, it's closed. All right. So we will adjourn and then start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., not 10 a.m., but 9 a.m. Pacific. So yeah, have a nice evening and thank you so much to all of our presenters. Great discussion today. Thank you. Move this.
Only 1 hour and 10 minutes left, half hour.
Oh, I know.
We gotta go.
So it sounds like the CRB will convene in California somewhere.
I am working hard on that. It's a little bit,
I'm driving south. I'm like, what did I forget? Yeah, this is crazy.
Oh wait, I should turn this meeting off. Hold on.
Probably going to Buffalo.
Did you want to chat?